now.
All right. Oh. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Board of Directors first meeting of September. It is September 1st, and we are all excited about getting back to school. So thank you for joining us tonight. We have lots of things to talk about, so we'll dive right in. We'll start with roll call. I'm Christine Chu.
Francine Wiest. Francine Wiest.
I'll go next. Seema Sarafan.
Erica Malif. Is Carolyn here?
Carolyn Watson.
And Ivan Duran.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Now, Jen, would you be kind enough, please, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to approve the overall agenda for tonight, and then we'll dive right into the consent agenda. I would just like to call out that it is possible with school starting on Thursday that we may end up needing a little bit more time in our section 4, which currently has 1 hour and 10 minutes. So we might be fine, but we may need a little bit more time just to get wrap our heads around all the information and all the work that's been done in that space. I don't think there are any other major changes. Does anyone else have any requests for changing the overall agenda tonight? Okay, then we'll go ahead as planned. That takes us to the consent agenda, and I think there's at least one question on that.
Yes, I had a question. So before we approve the consent agenda, there is the section 2.4 where we look at the different personal elections, leaves of absences, and separations, and it's come to my attention that there's not a report in here for that in particular, but that furloughs might be happening. Could we have a brief update on that?
I also have a question about 2.7. It says school visit dates for next school year, but I don't actually see dates. I see
I think that was provided there with as a background information. So there is no folks can be great. If there's no intent for those to be passed, so we'll get to that when we get down there. I think with the confusion of or with all the things going on with school start, we may be making a change to the school start to the plan. So we'll tackle that later in the agenda. That is just information only. There's no approval.
Great. I can ask Jeff Thomas to address the furlough question. Jeff, do you want to give some background on that?
Jeff, you're muted. Jeff, we can't hear you.
It actually appears that it's a hardware issue, Jeff. Your microphone is on, but it looks like for some reason your microphone isn't picking up your voice.
Somebody had muted me, so.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff. Was it me?
You're well. Okay. Well, it wasn't me, but we have been working with various employment, our union groups over the last couple of months around the impact of the budget and everything else. And we are now beginning to see some of the unfortunate circumstances. And some of this is because we do not have dedicated funding to keep people whole like we did last spring. And then some of that is based upon the very real fact that we are not going to have available work for a lot of our employees. And what we plan on doing is when we have completed all of the communication and all the different furlough scenarios, that we will bring that back to the board as an update so the board can see that. But what the board got is information as one of the groups that we actually entered into an MOU to do the furlough. But it really is based upon not having the dedicated funding to keep people whole in these positions like we did last spring.
Thank you. Francine, do you have follow-up questions on that?
Well, it doesn't pertain particularly then to the consent agenda. If there's nothing further to put there, I think perhaps maybe we'll get into it a little bit more in the return to school planning. The other comment that I did have for the consent agenda though was, so I noted the minutes, and I think there's a lot of rich discussion that happens in each meeting, and it's really condensed in the minutes, but it was interesting to look back and see the themes that were there. The other thing though was in the minutes, it did say in our CTE discussion that all of the CTE classes would be offered except for the student store. And I know that does reflect what occurred, what was said in the meeting. However, I just have a concern that if people read that and go by that, that does not seem to be what's actually occurring in the scheduling. So I just wanted to make a note of that.
So shall we get clarification on, like, that's an accurate note, I believe, but should we get clarification on that in the back to school planning discussion?
I think so, and I would just make sure to highlight when we get that clarification that goes in this meeting's minutes as one of the things that is called out, so that the sort of most up-to-date information would be reflected.
Okay, that makes sense. Dr. Duran will be able to get an update on that when we get down further.
Yeah, I just real quickly, Francis, if you can clarify which courses you're referring to so that we make sure our team is prepared to address that you've heard, because it's the first time that I've heard of this.
I saw emails from principals indicating that many of the CTE courses are not offered or available to students, and to not expect being able to have those courses. They were not offered. Students should be not surprised if they are re-enrolled in courses from last year that they've already taken, because there just are not the CTE courses available to them.
All right, so that gives a bit of information.
Yep.
Maybe you can forward at least one of those messages or something on, so that can be looked at before we get to the update section. Are there any other issues or questions about the consent agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Great. Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda, please speak. Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda, please note it now. Okay, the consent agenda is passed, and thank you, Francine, for asking for the clarifications. It'll be good to get that, because I know it sounds like families have some questions, and that's important. Let's get down next to the construction change order on the final acceptance of Medina. And is Jack presenting, or Melissa? Who's up first?
Yep. So we're seeking approval for final acceptance of the completion of the Medina Elementary School stair replacement project. This was work that was done last summer and completed this fall. And the NAC Architecture was the primary consultant on the project, has reviewed the punch list items for completion of Medina Elementary School stair replacement project. For their review, the contractor, Spee West Construction, has completed the contractual requirements related to the project. NAC Architecture is recommending the project for final acceptance.
All right, and Jack, can you confirm that you are also, I assume, because it says recommended action in the memo to the board, that our district is confirming that we agree with this assessment and we recommend that we accept this?
That is correct.
Great. Are there any questions from board members?
No, thank you.
All right.
No,
Carolyn?
I just want to say, I remember that staircase, and so good job. I remember when we went on the school tour, seeing that that big old starting to get worn out because it was one of the first schools we did staircase. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All
It
right.
definitely needed to be done. Thanks.
Excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this acceptance of the Medina School Stair Replacement Project as presented in this memo to the board. Can I have a second?
I second. This is Seema.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone opposed to approving this acceptance? Anyone opposed to approving the acceptance of the Medina School Stair Replacement Project? Okay, it is approved by the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This brings us to thinking and talking about our return to school planning. And as we go into that, I wanted to provide some context and some comments. This is a pretty exciting week, and I will invite each of the board members and our superintendent at the end of this presentation to make sure that everyone has a chance to share what they might want to as we head back to school. As we go into this discussion, I wanted to provide some information to everyone. So first of all, I'd like to say this week is very exciting. We have never had a back to school like this ever, not ever before. And so there's lots in motion, and we recognize the stress and also the hard work and the really creative solutions that are being put together, and the flexibility and just adjustability being demonstrated by staff and families and students as we try to put this all into one workable space. So I would also like to, sorry, I have a noise, I can't make sound. So I'd also like to let folks know how the board has been participating in this, and what you can expect from as we go back. So on June 2nd, we worked with the district to come up with a set of commitments for return to school planning. And those commitments centered around protecting health, educating each and every student, engaging and supporting stakeholders, and meeting essential needs. And one of the things that I would like to call out is that we started out with accounting for the health and well-being of each and every student, as well as our staff and community. And that has been something that has been topmost in this work. We also agreed that we would need to strive to be flexible and agile in designing and implementing learning scenarios, evolving them, and moving among them. So we know that work will need to be done. We know that things will not be perfect, but we know the district has been hard at work in executing these plans. The board put together with the district this set of commitments so that the district would be in a position to go ahead and execute, so that they could plan and so that they could put things together. And one of the other commitments that we made was that we would include all stakeholder groups in some way in our planning process. And the district and the superintendent and his team drove this process in a way that did bring our stakeholders into play. They leveraged data from last year in the spring that we collected. They included our teachers and our families and our students in some of the planning activities that happened, and planning happened all summer long, nonstop. So we appreciate everyone for the work they've put into that. And then our on top of that planning process, our educators through their representative BEA union and our superintendent and staff went ahead and spent several weeks negotiating the different impacts of this to sort of come to an agreement on where to go next. And along the way, the board asked hard questions to make sure that everything in our commitments was being covered. And we gave some direction and asked for some evidence. And we'll continue to play that role of making sure that these commitments are going forward, but so too is the district as they are going forward and figuring things out. And we're going to hear about how they're doing that today. But really, I just want to recognize that this process has been very consuming and has really had great participation from folks, and we really, really appreciate the work that's done. We're looking forward to seeing what happens with this new school year and seeing all the dynamic things that happen from our educators and our district staff and our families and students as they come together. So want to thank everyone, and I'm excited to have the superintendent and his team go ahead and share with us what happened, what's going on with all the planning, where things are at, and what we'll do forward from here. So with that, Dr. Duran, do you want to?
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Yep, appreciate that, and really appreciate your words there, and I think really emphasizing the evolving and transforming work that we're involved with. You know, this has been a monumental task that we've taken on to really ensure that we are, really do, living by that first commitment around the health and safety, ensuring that we keep our staff, our educators, our students, and families safe during this time, because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. Want to really thank the board for approving the shell that was required through the OSPI office at our last board meeting. That really is the most basics of the plans that we have to put in place. But as you mentioned, there have been over 300 people, steering committee, implementation teams, spending numerous time over the summer to really get this plan in place. And it has been, a real big challenge. We haven't been here before, and we are doing our best to ensure that we have the best plan in place, and knowing that we are committed to continuous improvement and doing what we can to ensure that we learn from what we're putting in place, adjusting as we go along the way, and really just trying to do the best for our students and our families. I also just want to tell you, I was really struck today. I visited our new Highland Middle School campus today, and thanks to our voters and our community for supporting, our bonds. And, the building is just amazing. It's an amazing school site. It was, still work in progress. We have the occupancy for it, but just seeing that environment was just, truly amazing. But it was also striking knowing that our students are not going to be entering the building this week. Our educators aren't going to be entering that building. Our staff's not going to be entering the building this week, because we are in the middle of a pandemic, and we have put health and safety first to ensure that we have this remote learning option as the way that we're going to ensure that we are meeting that first commitment. I also did spend some time talking with one of our nutrition staff members, and so Francine brought up, the furloughs, and we know many of our staff are being impacted, but, it was just really powerful to see her, there in the new kitchen at Highline, getting ready for, meal distribution tomorrow, and then also talking to me around the concerns that she has around, the staffing and benefits and all those. So as we're doing all this work, we know that there are many members of our learning community that are really going to be deeply impacted through this pandemic, and we will do everything we can to support them, benefits and all that we have. But it was very striking just to have that visit day, knowing that this year is going to be unlike anything that we've experienced before. So we have been hard at work in the fall plan. We are doing our best to launch off, at the beginning of the school year. We have been working closely with district staff, our school leaders, our educators, really trying to get, everything in place. All members of our, central office team had the privilege of observing and sitting in on many of our school professional developments. And, I in particular was able to sit in on Big Pictures and Phantom Lakes, and it was just really powerful to see the conversations that our educators are having, big picture with the idea of creating a beloved community in their school. Addressing, issues of race, but also looking at intersectionality and what does that mean to think about it from multiple perspectives. And then today with Phantom Lake to also deepening that understanding around racial equity inclusion work, thinking about how systems do get disrupted and how do we really, lean into being a more just and equitable system for all of our students. So I know there was a lot of great learning happening in all of our schools, and really appreciate what I was able to see during that time. I will be handing this off now to Eva Collins, who is going to be going through the discussion around, with the commitments that we have been working on and how we have met those, both in our return to school plan, but also in our annual plan. We will address, some real bright spots in the work that we've put together here, as well as also addressing, some issues and concerns that have come up around scheduling. We will definitely take that on. We will do our best to address the CTE question that Francine has brought up, and what courses are being offered both in the remote and virtual settings. So we'll be able to have that answered at a more deeper level. And then we really will round it off with, again, the work that we're doing on continuous improvement and everything that we're trying to accomplish to ensure that stakeholders are informed, we have feedback mechanisms in place. So big shout out to Eva and the team for their preparation for today, and to the central office team for all the work they've done. Eva, hand it off to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Duran. Next slide, please. So first, to back up a moment, the last time we saw you, we presented a lengthy plan that we also submitted to the state and our return to school plan. And since that time, we've also provided you with an updated version that's a shorter, consumable, more parent-friendly version of that plan. And so hopefully you have seen and received that, as well as the longer version that has a lot more detail to it. Tonight, what we're going to be talking about is what Dr. Chu referenced, which is these commitments. And each of these commitments that were adopted by the school board but developed collaboratively include a number of indicators. And so we have been referencing these commitments in our steering committee from day one with our implementation teams. They did drive the work that we were doing to develop the proposals that now have led to ultimately the plan that we presented to you. So tonight, we're going to share with you just a few of the indicators from the commitments, although you should have just recently tonight received a longer version that has each one of the indicators and some evidence that is highlighted that's correlated with that indicator from the commitment. So for example, Protect Health had 5 indicators, and there are some, we provided you with some evidence of where we feel that we are demonstrating those commitments. And then in the end, we want to talk to you about monitoring our progress and how we monitor our work, both in terms of implementation and outcomes. So a lot to share with you tonight, but we want to start just by sharing with you a few highlights of how we're meeting these commitments, and then talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we've encountered, and then what's our next step? What's our plan going forward? So with that, yeah, I think that's it for this part. I also wanted to say that we are so thrilled, as everyone has been saying tonight so far, to start the new school year with our students. So we're starting this Thursday with our grades 1 through 12 students coming back, and then kindergarten will come back on the 9th. And we're really excited to welcome them. We want them to feel welcomed. We want them to be ready to try some new approach to learning. And we will be monitoring their success along the way, and we want to hear from them. So thank you for your ongoing support. Next slide, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Heather Edlund, one of the executive directors, and thank you for that introduction. I'm going to speak just a little bit to the commitments regarding health. As you are aware, we all have physical health and mental health. And I think at the beginning of this presentation, we talked a little bit about, or it was referenced, this really is a physical health crisis, and it has some mental health implications. And so we're doing a lot of things in terms of supporting both physical health and mental health. In those 300 people who were involved in implementation teams this fall, we did have a health and safety team, and they did put in place some recommendations with respect to ensuring that employees are safe. One piece that we have in place, as you know, is we're starting with the temporary remote, which helps us to mitigate the spread and exposure to students and in our community. But with that, we also are providing some limited in-person supports, and those will be starting in person on September 21st. And we are going by all of the most recent guidance with respect to things to keep people safe. So from HVAC systems and facilities who were involved in these plans, to our transportation and physical distancing, to PPE requirements for students and staff, depending on different levels of need. All of that is incorporated into the plan. And so while there are no zero risk scenarios, we do believe that we have the levels of PPE to strongly mitigate any potential risk of any transmission. So that's on the physical health side. I do want to spend just a little bit more time though on the mental health side. we did recognize that there were several pieces of data indicating to us that mental health was an area of continued support as we enter into the fall. And so there are several things that the mental health team looked at in terms of identifying and referencing supports for students and families as we enter into remote learning again in the fall. So one of those pieces is there was guidance, I think, that you all saw from Harvard on reopening schools for just kind of generally. They also provided some specific information with respect to mental health. So that was one of the items that was referenced, as well as many of our professional organizations, the National Association of School Counselors, the Association of School Psychologists, Social Workers, etc., provided pretty comprehensive information on returning to fall and how we support. And so the mental health team that came together for implementation included students, parents, community partners, and our staff, and discussed tiers of supports to create these safe spaces for our students and families as we return this fall. So some highlights from the table that you see here include an universal screening for all grade levels, PK through 12, in social emotional. So we'll be using the panorama, and in addition to the typical panorama questions that we're providing, we're also providing a individual student component this time. And at elementary, we'll actually triangulate that data with the DESA that we've been providing for a number of years to be looking for accuracy. And then we'll be using that to identify interventions for students. So do we need to dig deeper in terms of benchmarking and assessing students? Do we have the information that we need to provide intervention? So that's one piece at the tier 1 that'll happen for all students. We also have an instructional template and format that includes the CASEL competencies of an inclusive, opening, engaging strategies for students, and then optimistic closure. And a little bit later today, we're going to show you kind of a day in the life of what that looks like. And so you'll see some examples of what that looks like in practical application in different courses at different grade levels. We're continuing to implement our signs of suicide curriculum at grades 6 through 12. As well as posting just a number of resources. So that's really our tier 1. What is happening for all students? And it starts with that assessment, and then it aligns to our cell instruction that will happen for all students. But that may not be enough for all students, and so we have a second tier of interventions and supports. We started some of these this spring, and so we're able to pilot some of them in the spring. We continued some of them across the summer. And now we'll be able to provide refined versions of them into the fall. So resiliency sessions are held via Teams. Those are provided with a general invitation to multiple students, as well as targeted invitations for some students to attend these sessions. They cover things such as accepting the current reality. What's happening? How do I cope with that? And how do I provide gratitude? Because gratitude is one of the evidence-based strategies for feeling more optimistic yourself, is to provide more gratitude to others. So, so really helping our kids learn those self-coping skills, because it's natural to feel anxiety or depression, and those are natural parts of the human experience. What we want is kids to be able to handle those and cope appropriately with those when those arise. We're also providing activities both at the elementary and secondary level that are of interest to students. So some of those, and again, those are general invitations, but also directed. And those go from interests like crochet and knit to things like Lego clubs or STEM and robotics groups, games like chess or checkers, various things like that that provide that social outlet for students. On the more intentional side though, are some of these pieces around mindfulness. We do have small group therapy sessions going on too that are 2 to 3 days a week in both dialectical and cognitive behavioral therapy. Our mental health line, all of those pieces still exist for our students. And then in our tier 3, these are the things that we're doing really with our individuals, making those individual connections with families, doing the brief behavior interventions with a counselor or a social worker, supporting families in identifying a behavior support plan at home and having consistent check and connects for those are another example of that. We also are providing DBT and CBT plus So that second or more intensive tier of intervention for students, typically one or very small groups for that, as well as our continued partnerships with our outside mental health providers. So we're continuing to keep those partnerships in place, and making referrals and ensuring that we have also culturally responsive providers on our list that can help us serve some of our students and families who may need a different approach than what we've typically used in the schoolhouse. So those are some examples that I wanted to pull out today, and I think I'm turning it over to, next slide, I think, to Sharon.
Yep. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sharon Kautz, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning. And as you know, we don't have our typical assessment data for our students that we normally would, like the SBA exam, even grades, panorama that we would have given last spring. And so we know that students are going to come to us this fall in lots of different places, and it's important for us to know where they're at. Some are going to have some unfinished learning. Some are going to have accelerated their learning. We know for sure that we need to make sure that we are continuing learning at least at grade level standards. And so the best way to make sure that we are figuring out where our students are at is to identify what the prerequisite skills are for upcoming units, and then determine which students have yet to master those skills and provide just-in-time instructional supports. That way students who are behind can catch up and keep up simultaneously. So we have purchased some adaptive instructional software programs that are new this year, and they're going to help us know where students are, whether we're in the remote environment or in person, whether we do the SBA or any of the other assessments or not. And the adaptive software we know has lots of advantages. It also has some disadvantages, and it can absolutely never replace core teaching. But in this situation, it especially has some really important benefits, and those are things like catching up. The software gives teachers a relatively easy way to identify students' unfinished learning, and including their gaps in their prerequisite skills. It also provides instructional support and progress monitoring. They can use the adaptive software to see which specific skills students have mastered and where they might be stuck, and then provide specific instruction related to that. It also is differentiated, and so students can work at their own individual level within the system. And it is a great way to communicate with parents, because it's easy for teachers to share student progress with parents, and students also can track their own progress within the system. So I am going to, you see the fullest link to the full assessment plan is here, but I'm just going to share my screen for a minute and show you a sample of one of our of the assessment, the K-5 literacy plan, just so that you can see how we've sort of organized the different pieces of the assessment plan. So we've organized it really by questions over here on the left about how we'll know where students are in their fall. And then it lists what the different tools are that we'll be using for our universal screeners. We've also purchased new this year a Spanish literacy for our students in the dual language programs called iStation, and we'll be using that as well. And then the other question we ask is what supports will be available for students, and you see we've organized it by the 3 different tiers, that tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And based on where students are at, it will determine which instruction they need and how much time they'll be spending in the different adaptive software programs. And then the other question is how teachers and schools will be monitoring progress. And you can see we've listed out by grade level the ways and the tools that schools and teachers will be using. And then we have also organized it by how we're going to be monitoring progress centrally. And then it ends with what success is going to look like for our students in June. So again, you can see the on the slide, you can put the slide back up now if you want, Mike. The entire assessment plan is listed there, and I can put it in the chat or email it or whatever else is needed if you'd like to see the whole plan in its entirety. Thanks.
All right, I think we're ready for the next slide. Let's see here. I don't. Maybe go ahead and go to the next slide, Mike. Sorry. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Kelly Aramaki. I'm one of the executive directors of schools. Heather Sanchez and I are going to take you through a journey through a day in the life of kids across our K-12, PK-12 system. With school starting soon, I know everyone's really excited, but we wanted to paint a picture for you of what the student experience is going to look like when we start school. And so we're going to give you 5 or 6 student examples, and then we're going to end by talking about how we're going to progress monitor and build in improvement into our year so that we're continuously improving what virtual learning looks like on a week-to-week basis. So to start, we were going to share a day in the life of a kindergartner in the Bellevue School District. We know our kindergarten kids and their families are excited and maybe a little bit nervous, but this first day of school, we wanted to paint a picture of what that was going to look like. Our last week, about 78 of our kindergarten teachers got together to do some planning for the first day and the first week. And this is what families can expect. Kindergarten kids will have an opportunity to meet their teacher and meet their kindergarten friends. They're going to do some learning of names and faces. They're going to learn how to use their new iPads, how to mute, how to raise their hands on Teams, how to hang up, how to turn off their camera, how to turn on their camera. They're going to have a read aloud with their teacher, their very first. And then they're going to do just a bunch of different brain breaks, singing, dancing, and all of those types of fun kindergarten things. I think the most important thing for families to know is that at kindergarten, it's the beginning of the building of stamina for learning. And so our kindergarten teachers are really good at starting with just short amount of time for doing things. So they'll say to kids, we're going to practice reading all by ourselves for 5 minutes today. And then the kids accomplish it, and then every day it builds on a little bit more. So we anticipate kids might be in front of their screen for an hour or so, maybe a little bit more than that. It'll depend on the classroom and the teacher. But then as the school year goes on, they should be expecting longer and longer time with their teacher in front of the screen. Just to also point out for kindergarten that families, we know families are really excited. They'll be included too. We're going to have some kindergarten family welcomes. There's going to be coffee and tea chats with principals, and then opportunities for the parents to meet with the classroom teacher just to share the things that they know and love about their child as they start their journey through school. Next slide.
All right, thanks, Kelly. I'm Heather Sanchez, Executive Director of Schools. And good evening, everybody. I'm pleased to be here with you. And what you're looking at right now is a 5th grader's schedule. This is actually a schedule at one of our schools for a 5th grade student who is in BSD virtual, so whose family has elected to enroll in the virtual option of the program. And so you can see there when you look at the daily schedule that the day starts with some social emotional learning, some time to connect, and then it's broken into chunks, sizable chunks, we call it chunk and chew, and scaffolded for the learner that's developmentally appropriate. So you can see there's some time in whole group and then small group alternating. There's a recess movement break in there. And so for each content area that this particular student will go through, they have some core content, some whole group mini lesson type of learning, followed by some small group, some recess break in there. They also have specialist included in their schedule, PE, art, or library. And then coming up to lunch and recess, they have a review of the expectations for the asynchronous time in the afternoon. So this is the synchronous time in the morning. And then you can see for this particular student in the afternoon, because the student is a 5th grader, they have band and orchestra in the afternoon, and then the student may be participating in a small group with a teacher. And so not all students will necessarily have a small group every day. It will be based on the student's needs, and the teachers are setting up schedules to differentiate that support for students in either individual or small group. There's also some time embedded for some adaptive assessment tools, Lexia and Freckle, which is part of our assessment plan. These two particular tools you heard us talk a little bit about at the end of last year. We did have them in use in our district, but we've since expanded that to all schools so that all schools will be using the same tools, and it gives us a consistent through line and way to assess the progress of our learners. And then for this particular student, the student is receiving some special education services and some speech language pathology services. And for this student, they are scheduled at the end of the day around 1:40, and then there's dismissal. The last thing I want to point out here is for our virtual students in particular, the students have been cluster grouped so that there is no student in our virtual program who does not have other students from their attendance area school in the classroom with them. So students were grouped by middle school feeder pattern in clusters so that they both will have peers that are attending the same attendance area homeschool as them, and also have some peers in the class that they will go to middle school with. And so they're partner classrooms, and there's a teacher assigned to them that works with both of the students in the partner classrooms. All of our virtual elementary school students remain enrolled in their attendance area school so that they can continue to participate and receive all of the communications from their attendance area school. So all of the written communications, school assemblies, virtual, all of those sorts of things. And then they will also have the opportunity, if they wish, to participate in partner school activities as well. All right, next slide, please.
Okay, our next day in the life is of a 7th grader in the dual language program at Highland. My daughter's in the dual language program at Highland, but I promise it's not favoritism in choosing this example. But here you can see the same type of schedule. This is now a secondary schedule by periods, and so this child will at 7:45 have a dual language IMT2 math class. 8:45 they'll get to do some coding with Python. Then they'll take an honors dual language Spanish language arts class, followed by studio art, and then lunch. And then in the afternoon, it's a mix of independent time, small group time, maybe some individual one-on-one time. So it won't be all in front of the computer, but there will be opportunities for students to engage with the same teachers that they saw in the morning that day for extra support. And if you look at the example, so we have an example of what a class period might look like at the middle school level. This is an IMT2 math class example. But the classrooms will follow something similar to this, where the teacher begins with a check-in, do some relationship building, take attendance, and then they'll introduce the math concept, whether it's direct teaching or it's to put a problem out, but it's the introduction of the math concept. And then it will be followed by a class discussion. So kids working in small groups or in breakout sessions or as a whole class to problem solve, practice the new learning. And this time of working can connect with the asynchronous learning time in the afternoon. So it should be really well connected and smooth. And then at the end of each lesson, the teacher will facilitate a closing to synthesize student conceptual understanding and learning, and then to close also with a focus on community, social, emotional learning. So that's an example of a middle school class. The next slide will take us to high school.
All right, so you're looking at here a 12th grader's schedule. And so you can see there are quite a few similarities to the middle school schedule in terms of the way the periods are arranged and the way that the time is arranged for the student. This particular student starts their day with fitness and then goes to coding and Python 2, and then biotech, and then AP Calc, and then has a lunch break. And then after lunch in the afternoon, students can then access their teachers for additional support, questions, if they need to check in about assignments, if they need to get more information. They may be asked to participate in a small group or some individual support by a teacher. They may also access a teacher during this time as well. So it can go in either direction. The teacher can either reach out to the student and say, I'd like you to join this small group or this follow-up study piece, or the student can reach out and say, I'd like to connect with you during the afternoon asynchronous time. I need a little bit more help on X, Y, and Z. And then over on the right-hand side, you see an example of the actual biotech lesson plan. So you can see for this lesson that the teacher is starting with a check-in on a Padlet. So a warm opening, welcoming the students, getting some feedback from them, setting the tone for the lesson. And then the teacher then engages in a live teacher-led demonstration that the students can then observe. And then following that, for this particular lesson, the students then break out into breakout rooms within teams, and then they participate in a self-paced Nearpod in this example, so that they can get some guided practice on the content that they just watched the teacher demonstrate. And then they would come back all together for a closure piece. Then you can see down below at the bottom of the slide an essential question that this particular teacher has attached to the lesson, which really is about content area literacy. It's a biotechnology lesson, but there's also, you can see one of the essential questions is a content area literacy question. So that's what you might expect to see for a high school student. Next slide, please.
All right. Some of our students are actually going to be starting some in-person services in September, and so we wanted to show you and families what that might look like. This is a day in the life of a student with an individualized education program who is going to receive some in-person instruction. And so some of our students will, in order to meet their IEP goals, have some in-person instruction. Here's two different examples of what that might look like, and these will be starting later in September. We have full day options, so some kids might need full day services on a Monday and Tuesday, and this is what it would look like. It could look like if you at a start time of 8 o'clock, doing some reading, writing, specially designed instruction, followed by a specialist or an elective, then math, specially designed instruction, activity and lunchtime, and then some focus on behavior and social skills, and then the therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech language therapy as needed. Of course, this would all be driven by the student's IEP. And then in the afternoon would be additional specially designed instruction all the way to the end of the day. That includes support for asynchronous learning and connecting to other general education classes that they might be a part of in the remote learning setting. And then some of our students may not need a full day of instructional support in September, and so some students will have part day support. And it could be in the morning, it could be in the afternoon, but this is what that might look like. A student on a Monday and Tuesday might come in for OT, followed by physical therapy, followed by speech language, and then some specially designed instruction in different content areas based on their IEPs. And then you can see there at 10 o'clock, there's also some targeted support for synchronous and asynchronous learning as the students engage in remote learning the other days of the week. And then that would end the day. And so you can see there, Enitai and Highland. Right now, our plan is to host this in-person instruction for students with IEPs at Enitai and at Highland. Next slide.
All right, so we recognize, and it's really, really important to us that we have a really clear and clean system of monitoring our outcomes that we're getting in order for us to achieve our annual plan and our strategic plan goals. So in order to do that, we have interlocking systems is the way that you can think about it. For us, our through line is data-driven, racially conscious cycles of continuous improvement. So continually going through that cycle of improvement that involves the steps you see there, plan, do, study, adjust. That part isn't new, continuing to refine and strengthen our ability to have that iterative process within the layers of our system. So you can see on the right side, we have cogs working together to make the system work well and seamlessly. So within that, some of our key systems that are going through the cycles of improvement, racially conscious cycles of improvement continuously, are at the school level. We have our weekly grade level PLCs that meet on a weekly basis and review student work and make instructional decisions. And then we have our monthly school-wide PLCs, and that would be the whole staff PLC, where the grain size is larger and the staff is looking at student achievement and other outcomes and making adjustments based on that. And then in conjunction with that, you have administrator PLCs, ongoing administrator professional learning and PLCs, where administrators are in peer groups and with groups with one another, going through their outcomes for their school and looking at continuous improvement efforts for their school through the lens of their SIP and the outcomes that they're receiving. And then connected to both of those is ongoing observation and evaluation. That's a key component, but of course not the only component of our system, is being able to provide meaningful feedback to all of the members in our system for continuous improvement and for growth. And so that's a little bit of information about what a day in the life might look like for students at different levels in our system, and then some of our key mechanisms for monitoring those outcomes that we're getting for students. And then on that note, I think
Hey, Heather, before you...
Oh, I see there. A PLC is a professional learning community. Sorry about that. It's really hard to present and look at the chat at the same time. A PLC is a professional learning community, and a SIP is a school improvement plan. All right, so I think on that note, that wraps up our portion, and I think I'm turning it over to Eva.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so you just heard a little bit about what a day in the life and what the schedules will look like. And actually, those were actual student schedules that we pulled. And I noticed that we had some similarity in the coursework that our middle and high school students were taking. But those were just actual student schedules that we pulled, and to give you an idea of what their day may look like. We also wanted to emphasize that the afternoon at the secondary level is intended to be used for small group or individual student work and independent work. So kids might not be involved in a small group on any given day, or they might be called in for a small group. And think of that as an extension of the learning from the morning and an opportunity for the teacher to differentiate instruction and work with smaller groups of students to go deeper in an area or to provide support. We anticipate that we're going to have some challenges, and we're already experiencing some challenges, particularly in the area of secondary scheduling. So while you heard some of our successes and things we're really excited about for this commitment, we also are experiencing some challenges related to this commitment. And so we're not fully meeting this commitment. We still have some work to do. While we're trying to do our best to anticipate challenges and risks, there are some that we did not fully anticipate, and we're struggling with some of those right now and working through them. So we're going to go through one of those examples with you. Patty Sigrith is going to describe one of those challenges. And after she finishes, then Melissa is going to share our plans to put systems in place for monitoring, problem solving, and adjusting as these challenges come up that were perhaps unanticipated, or even if they were anticipated. So and some of that will be based on feedback that we'll be gathering. So Melissa's going to talk about that after Patty. Next slide, please.
Right, thank you, Eva. Yeah, I look at them as opportunities. So I want you to know, and for the community to know, that all hands have been on deck related to master schedules and having them be reflective of student and staff requests. They have been working on the master schedule, building all hours of the day and throughout weekends. And given the hybrid and the virtual learning models, building of the master schedules was significantly more complex than prior years. And I just want to first express my gratitude and gratefulness to the tireless work of our building administrators, our central office staff, our counselors, in prioritizing this really critical task. As a foundation for building up the master schedules, significant efforts were made to keep teachers aligned to their home schools, keep students together in virtual learning, to balance the hybrid sections, because we have an A section and a B section, while also limiting class sizes to those that have responded to our inquiries that they're returning. And we recognize some balancing will still be necessary based on recent and ongoing student enrollments. In the last 3 days, we've had over 100 students enrolled at the high school levels, which then causes significant domino effects and adjustments. And this is not dissimilar to prior years. And it also was important that we stayed within our staffing allocations based on projected enrollment, given the budgetary constraints we experienced due to COVID-19, which we've shared with you prior. With 25% of students and families selecting virtual learning, that had a significant impact on the hybrid learning, particularly on the number of courses, sections that we offer for each course, and the teacher assignments to courses. When you have less students in hybrid, that means less course sections for each course. Thus, there's adjustment to the courses a teacher is assigned to teach. So in some situations, teachers are teaching a different course than the prior year, given there are less total course sections in hybrid with 25% going to virtual. And in some cases, it did adjust the number of preparation periods for teachers. We are continuing to work with teachers individually to remedy some of these situations. And as has longstanding been the case, we have teachers first start with their school building administrators to attempt resolution, and then working collaboratively with central office support staff. In some cases, due to teacher endorsements and their certifications, as well as students sign up for courses in hybrid and virtual, we had some teachers who will be teaching in both hybrid and virtual settings, that we made every effort to limit that. And in some cases, students in the virtual program are learning side by side with students from their home school and with students from other schools, similar to what we would do in a WANAC CTE course. With that, some students may have a teacher that's assigned at the high school level from a different home school. They might go, that's kind of weird. This one's from, I'm virtual, and I go to Newport, and this one's from Sammamish. But that particular teacher is assigned to more than one school. Combining students from more than one school into the virtual setting allowed the master schedule builders to meet more of the student course requests and interests, particularly in courses where there was very limited sign up. I know, Francine, earlier you mentioned CTE courses. We did combine some of those so that we can continue with those courses to offer them based on student requests. Without combining select courses virtually, students would have had less access to varied types of courses, which was not aligned with our foundational frame. I think it's really important to know we remain committed to developing a student-driven schedule throughout the entire process as much as possible, and also balancing teacher needs. And in some situations, the outcome is not ideal, though we continue to try to remedy those situations, and we are just in a very different time with two different learning models. Melissa?
Yeah, turn everything on. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So we know that everything is not perfect in this plan. It's the first time we're doing a lot of this, and we know that we need feedback from many of our constituents and key stakeholders, our teachers, our students, our families. And so we're putting a plan in place in order to collect that. We will also be aligning what we're doing to the annual plan. So this year is really unlike any other year that we've experienced. And while some aspects of our annual plan are aligned to our reopening plan, the plan may also need to be adapted to ensure that our students are getting the learning and support that they need as we move forward. We are also putting in place teams to look at all this feedback and to assess whether it's individual issues that we need to address, whether it's school-based issues, or whether it's broad-based systemic issues that we need to address. Our goal is to put in a platform of continuous improvement to make sure that we have the supports in place for our staff and our teachers, our students, and our families. And so we're just getting started with this, but we'll be doing surveys, focus groups, looking at assessments, looking at attendance, and supporting all of our key stakeholders on a regular basis. Next slide. We have done a lot of things recently to get things in place and ready to start school, and I just wanted to talk through a few of them. The first is our technology deployment. We've been deploying technology for the past 2 weeks. We have given our students over 18,000 devices. That's over 85%. And frankly, we've been hearing really positive feedback at how smoothly it's gone, that we've had the appropriate safety and health processes in place to reduce risk. And so happy to start the year off great. I think it made a really positive first impression on our community. And I thank everybody who was involved in that, everybody from our technology groups to our school administrators, teachers, and staff. We've also put technology supports in place. So we really have 3 different ways that our community members can get support, both families and students. They can get it in person at either Newport High School or Sammamish High School. And we have varying hours during the week, some that are extended so that if parents work, they can come by later in the day. We also have email, and we also have a phone call in. So we have all these different opportunities for parents. In addition, we've been providing technology classes, I guess, for lack of a better term, but to families and students so that they can just learn about their device and what is on it and how to use the various software platforms that are available to them that they will be used to enhance their learning. We will be starting childcare in 3 different locations coming up this Thursday. One is at Eastgate, at Phantom Lake, and at Stevenson, and we've been having people sign up all along. So we're excited to have kids in our buildings to support them, and they will be supported in some of their learning. They will be doing the remote learning at our childcare facilities. We'll also be offering in-person services. I know that Kelly talked a little bit about what's going to be happening around special needs, students that get special services, but we will also be having in-person services for multi-language learners. During the month of September, we will be doing individual assessments of multi-language learners. I think we have about 750 students to see and to look at, and then after that, we'll be getting them scheduled for in-person services 1 or 2 days a week as needed to support their learning this coming fall. We also have students that received an I last semester, and those students we're going to also give additional in-person supports to support their progress towards graduation. In nutrition services, we just found out yesterday that the USDA has extended the summer meals program, which basically means that we do not have to charge individual accounts for the meals that we are serving. So it'll be similar to last spring, where any child 18 years or under can have a meal for free, and we will get reimbursed by the federal government. We are starting service at 7 locations. But with that news just coming on Monday, we're looking at different ways to get out to the community and to make sure that we meet the needs of the community and can provide nutrition in the locations where families and students need it most. And then finally, we are having some classroom use by our teachers. You know, we had numerous conversations about this. Should we open up all of our buildings? Should we not? And we decided to prioritize health and safety at this point. So we know that some educators wanted to teach in their classroom for the first part of the year, but we wanted to balance that with our safety protocols and our support staff that we have available. And so, and we wanted to be able to do contract tracing if we had an outbreak. So it was important for us to know who was going to be in the buildings, where they were going to be in the buildings, and we decided to use 2 buildings as an initial place for staff to be able to work out of classrooms. So we've had staff contacting us and letting us know which building they would like, either Tillicum Middle School or Newport High School. My understanding is that Newport High School is now full. Tillicum has about 6 classrooms left, and so we will be looking at a 3rd building to support teachers coming in and using classrooms. We haven't decided what building that will be yet, but we just want to make sure that we have enough spaces available. We're assigning them to individual teachers so that they can just come in and work in their classroom, and other people will not be in that classroom. And we will then just have to clean those classrooms on a weekly basis. We're even having them put their trash outside the room so the custodians don't even have to enter their room on a daily basis. And so that way we're kind of keeping people isolated within their classrooms to do the work that they need to do there. Let's see, that's pretty much the update I have for you today. And I would just like to say that it has been, I have huge appreciation for all of our staff who's been working on this. I don't think we've ever started a school year like this, but I'm really confident in the work that we've done, and I'm excited to see all of it come to fruition. So with that, questions?
Actually, we're going to hand it over to Sharon really quickly to talk about the CT question, right? That had come up earlier.
Great, thank you. So Patty addressed some of the CTE question when she was talking about some of the scheduling concerns, but I wanted to share a bit more info. During the last board meeting, I shared the CTE course offerings for temporary, remote, and hybrid, and those are the courses that we are offering. And then Francine asked about the virtual school, and we never got to that answer during the meeting. So we've always known that we're not going to be able to offer all the CTE courses in the virtual school. Also some of the art offerings and PE offerings and other electives. I do have the document of CTE offerings for the virtual school, and I'm happy to send that to you. I think what might be coming up now, and what Francine may be hearing, is that some of our courses are needing to double up, and some of the other issues that are coming up for scheduling that Patty brought up. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for all of those updates. That's a lot of information. And there's still so many details, just so many that different people are contributing to and covering. So we're going to start out and take questions, I think, from the board at this point, unless, is there anything else that you wanted to put out, Dr. Duran, before we jump into questions?
Yeah, I think we'll go to questions right now, and then I will just circle back with John Harrison really quickly around anything with policy. That's one piece that I missed out, so we'll circle back on with that one in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Great. So anyone want to get us started on the board? Seema.
So first, thank you. I really found all of it very helpful. I love the day in the life. That frankly helped illuminate a lot for me. And I just want to acknowledge the amount of logistical work that you guys had to do. It's really pretty staggering, and I can see it. I can see all the pieces and amount of consideration you put into this. What's strange about tonight's meeting is that you're going to hear public comments come up at 6 o'clock, and we saw a lot of them come through in the last hour or so. Many of them are from teachers. And so what I'd like to do for my questions is just kind of level up some of what we heard from many teachers and share it with you, so that you can address it and not have, we don't typically, as you know, spend our public comment time following with discussion of it, but here it seems appropriate. So if it's okay, I'm going to just go ahead and share with you some of those questions, and Dr. Duran, you can decide if you want to answer them yourself or if you want to intersperse the answers. But as I forwarded many of them to you, but I think at a high level, you know, Heather talked a lot about mental health. I think one of the, you focused on students, but I'm seeing a lot of stress from teachers, and it goes to the issues that Patty addressed and Eva addressed. But at a high level, they're kind of, I bucketize it into three things. They're saying, look, our schedules are incomplete. Many of our schedules are still in flux. And I think they've said, that creates a high degree of anxiety. We don't know how we're going to prepare in time. They're also talking about overly large class sizes. Some talked about having 50 students in a class. And I think a few comments were that they don't feel they're going to be able to address student needs when they have that many students, and that some would fall through the cracks. One teacher flagged that she thought this was going to disproportionately fall hard on women teachers who are also often managing homeschooling and other things, as well as those who may already be at risk in terms of their age or other issues. What I heard from several is just anxiety, and one called out feeling like she's having panic attacks, and that this was a hard time to be asked to learn new skills, new contents, new software, policies, and all sorts of training all at one time. So I think those are things that would be great to address. One example I thought was worth noting, they said, I just found out on Friday that my 6th and 7th grade geography class has no textbook. So now I have to come up with content. How am I supposed to do this? So I think the meta question that I will share with you guys is that they're kind of asking why, for all the planning and thinking you did, why did this happen this way? And then more to the point, what can be done? I think several have said, can we just have a few more days? I do also have a comment, but let me leave it at that. So, because other board members no doubt have many questions as well. And if there's time, I have one comment perhaps I could make as well. Thank you.
Yes, I can definitely jump in and start it off and then hand it off to Patty to talk a little bit more about it, So thank you, Seema, for bringing it up and summarizing in that way. I did see quite a few of the emails coming in today also, and, it just struck me right away. I saw an initial one over the weekend, initially I was like, is this, concern, and now seeing that there's more. So we know that there's definitely some concern out in our community. So, I definitely feel like, we are deeply concerned about the well-being of our educators and our staff. And, I'm not going to make any kind of excuse around this. It was not the intent to be in this process. But as we go back, we look at, we wrapped up our bargaining on August 21st, and we started that process in early June. And, this was a very complicated bargaining, session that we went through. And, we worked very closely with our association to really make sure that we're having the right conversations, dig in deep. Figure out where we disagree and just keep pushing through. And so our bargaining, extended longer than we even originally scheduled. So we had to find more time to add on to that. So we did our best with the time, and again, we started early. And so when we finished on the 21st, we immediately gave that information out because we have to have that signed MOU for us to be able to move forward with everything that we're doing. And so that's what we did. And the minute that we released all that, we know our schools started working on their scheduling. And as Patty expressed, this has been just an incredibly complicated process, and so I can have Patty speak a little bit more because I know today, as I inquired about this, I know we're working to support, individual educators as best as possible. We know there's some concerns, so that's something that's in place right now. In some situations where we may have, larger class sizes and we're looking to add other sections, so it's definitely a moving piece, and we didn't want to create this level of anxiety and uncertainty. So, really apologize for some of our staff that are feeling that way. And, we will work with our staff to really try to do the best thing to help them feel at ease during this time, and, if there's anything I can say now, it's that, we know that just connecting with our students is going to be something that's so important, and so I ask our educators to please consider that and know that, when we start with our students on Thursday, some of the first conversations with them is just to check in with them. I don't think that, from the very beginning, as we thought about all this work, that we expected everybody just to jump into the academics right away. We know that we've talked about this need for healing space. So I'm just saying to all of our educators, please, think about that as our students come back. Just spend those first couple of days connecting with them and finding out, what their experience was like, what they need, how they're doing. I think it can be a really great space to hold some circles, follow some of the models we use with our SEL work and some of the other ways that we've done some forums, so I really encourage our educators to know that we support that. We want you to do that. And please don't feel like you have to start the first day with a full, robust academic plan. We got to really ease into that. And that's our pure intent in this. Patty, do you want to add on to that?
Sure, thank you. Seema, I love the framing about why did it happen this way? You heard some of the reasons for that earlier, and I think another one that is really compelling and was unanticipated, the extent of which it impacted is, earlier I said that we also wanted to meet staff needs, and similar to students completing a survey related to whether they wanted hybrid or virtual, we had staff complete a survey as well. And the highest priority staff were staff that's in placement. In virtual were staff that self-identified that they had an issue, a health issue that prohibited them from returning to a hybrid model. And then we had the next layer was a teacher that would say, I have perhaps a family member or multiple family members that have health issues. So we had multiple layers. We had a layer that was about childcare. We had a layer about interest and so on. And once you prioritize those and you do it district-wide, not school-based, but district-wide, and then you look at their endorsements and their certifications, it became a mass domino effect. So a teacher at one school that may typically be teaching French that self-identified as high priority 1, meaning they had a personal health issue that necessitated them going virtual, then started bumping other folks, which then resulted in folks teaching courses different than what they may have taught previously. So that was another piece and factor that we knew that some of that bumping would happen, but it was more extensive than we had anticipated. And then as far as the class sizes, we focused the priority, the hybrid, due to the safety concerns, and then the piece about the virtual. We track these numbers like really carefully. We did have one class that was at 50, or I think it was 52, and we already had planned just to split the class when we find another teacher into 2. So we kept it the same period so that students had stability to start, and then it would be a seamless split. So those pieces are still happening. And I would say that master schedules are never complete and at the first day of school. I have yet to see that happen in my 34 years of education, and I certainly didn't anticipate that to happen this year. And we're continuing to do refinements because we continue to get more and more new students and families coming into our school community as recent as even today. And we are committed to serving those families as well.
Thanks. And I think Heather Edlin, did you have a comment too about support
for this? Yeah, I'm happy to chime in. Sorry that I did not address staff well-being, but that certainly is something that's also a key component for us in this plan. I did want to share also that when you look at the full document that's available in board docs, you will see reference to also some second step for adults resiliency. There's actually a set of research and evidence-based modules. They're self-paced modules that were introduced. We started introducing them at some of our professional learning days that happened this fall. We talked about resiliency, for example, for a couple of hours with our special educators on the 28th of August. How do you build that self-care? How do we care for each other as adults and colleagues? And then how do I then show up as my best self for students? And so we have those modules that educators can participate in individually, as well as we'll be sharing those out collectively across our professional development across this year. So that is true. I know that Jeff also has some pieces with respect to working with our various associations. I know our teacher association, but also our classified associations as well, and looking at how do we communicate regularly about how to thrive through crisis. So I don't know if Jeff wants to share anything about that as well.
Yeah, Jeff can add on to it, but also just Seema, just will say that, we have been working closely with BEA, and I know they hosted like a kind of community town hall for their educators last night, and this came up as a concern. And, they are, also encouraging their educators to work, locally with their administration, who, have really been doing the work with the scheduling to try to make those adjustments, as best as possible. But again, I think the message around, starting off, at the beginning of this year to make those connections and just have that time to check in with students is going to be really important. So we'll make sure that we message that out, so that'll hopefully ease a little bit of maybe some of the anxiety that people are feeling.
Okay, so just so I've specifically made sure it was answered, I heard from you, Dr. Duran, and maybe this is also going to be what Jeff would say to the question, because we got several people who said, can't we just start a few days later? Just what I heard from you, your takeaway was kind of like, don't think that the first day of school has to be complete lockdown academic preparedness, because the expectation perhaps should be really about getting to know the student. I assume that the answer to that from a teacher might be, but that time on me connecting with students, I won't be able to use to prepare. So I guess if there's anything specifically, because that was really, you'll hear in the comment period, that's really the ask from several teachers. If anyone can address that, that could be valuable.
And in addition to that, I'm going to tag on, since you brought up the start date issue, Seema, thank you for raising that. It would be great, Dr. Duran, if you could clarify for us. So I don't know that everyone is aware, but start date for school in our district is something that's negotiated as part of the teacher contract. And it's not something that's set unilaterally by the board or the district. It's something that's collaborated with the teachers on to establish. And I don't know, was that something that you guys discussed in the collaborations? Is there anything that we should know about start date that came up? And that would be helpful. And also, how are we mitigating the fact that it is so fast, right? Everything's just going.
Yeah, and that you're actually, right on that. The calendar is, part of the negotiation, something we do with our association. We try to have it for multiple years. So, in order for us to change that, we'd have to go back into it. And I would say there was times when it did come up in some conversations, but I think that during those conversations, we kind of just again looked at, kind of our overall commitments and what we were trying to do, and felt like we were going to have the time to, get the schedules put together and to get the year started, and again, I think part of where we were coming from in the conversations with the association was this idea that we're going to be easing into this. If you remember some of the articles that we read from some of the research that, we've seen from other places and some of the things that were recommended, one of them that just stands out for me is just this idea around creating this healing space and just welcoming kids back and focusing on some of those pieces. So I think that was some of the underlying assumptions that we had in the process of bargaining, and so it didn't come up as something that we wanted to, put forward this time. So not during this time, but you're right, it's part of our contract that we would have in place. Jeff, do you want to add anything else to that? And since we're on this conversation and the piece with the bargaining.
Yeah, I think there are two things that I would add. The first one is we knew that it would be, things would continue to change. So we actually have made a commitment to be monitoring along the way very closely all of these different moving parts on behalf of our certificated staff. And the other thing that we did within our work with BEA is we made a commitment to essentially keep, for the most part, similar caseloads and class sizes, whether that would be hybrid or remote, with an understanding that on a case-by-case basis, we'll address those. But also, if we turn around and we have a real systems challenge, then that's when we need to respond as quickly as we can. So as an example, we had our meet and confer meeting this morning to do an update on staffing schedules, et cetera. And that's going to be something we will be working with teachers on a real-time daily basis as we get more information. And within the first 2 weeks of school, there will be some changes. But after that, that's really when things settle down. And our commitment has been to continue to work with BEA and our other labor groups.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, so let's keep the questions rolling. We've got a lot of things to sort out here, and I think it is really important the topics that Seema just brought up and that the district addressed, and to some extent, but really there is no perfect way to address some of those questions, as I understand it, and I hope that if there are teachers feeling like they can't be ready or they don't have everything that they need, that they do know who to go to, and that we're set up to support them and walk them through that and counsel them and provide them resources and supports and also help them make trade-offs as they enter the work. So Dr. Duran, is there already established some sort of way for like that known way for teachers to get that support when they need it? Is there a clear path for them to get that?
I would say, yeah, absolutely. What we've, messages for our educators to work, directly with the local context within the school environment and to work with their administrators on that. And then if any of those issues get escalated, they're going to go directly to our executive director. So we'll be there to address it. I think Seema also mentioned like the curriculum issue, and then someone said there wasn't a textbook or resource for that, and so that's one where, as soon as we know that stuff, we tend to find that information out, and we'll be working as best as we can to support that educator. So, we just need to know what some of those gaps are, and, that our curriculum developers and our team will be working with them. But I do think, Christine, this could be an opportunity for us to consider a little bit of a messaging around this so we can just be really crystal clear with everybody around what that process looks like. I know our association president, Allison Snow, has been communicating that message around, working within the local context, and, we can reinforce that message tomorrow.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and move on to next questions. Seema, we will get back to you to get your comment and additional questions, but I want to give everyone a chance to chime in. Carolyn, might you have questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. So one thing, I really appreciated the slide, oops, my camera's off, from Heather Edlin on what was going on with the social emotional, because that is and continues to be a huge concern of mine. But I just wanted to say thank you, because in terms of the universal screener and the signs of suicide for 6 through 12, that is exactly what I was looking for. And I also like the, that there's therapy and strategies and interventions and support and referrals. So I think that's a really good start. So I wanted to say thank you for that. And then in terms of like some questions I had, the messaging around, there's so many things that are just going to be not perfect, and we know that, and we keep saying that, amongst ourselves. But I'm wondering if how we're messaging that out to the parents and families and kids that have a lot of anxieties around their schedules. We just heard about the teachers as well. Particularly, I was talking to some parents, and they said they got a really empathetic email from the telecom principal about how schedules weren't going to, I don't know what he said, but that if it made them feel like someone cared, that things weren't going to be perfect. But it's not clear that there's like one of those going to every school. So my question is there some kind of district-wide way we could ensure there's some kind of empathetic something expressed to people where their schedules aren't going to be what they wanted and they're not going to be able to get this class, or something kind of proactive that way. And then I'm also wondering, is there a strategy for kind of finding out what the anxieties are before they hit surveys, focus groups, and people writing in? Because it's more like meeting people where they're at. Like, do we have any communications person who can somehow like monitor online, like social media, or however you see it coming somehow? I don't know, that'd be one strategy. Some other strategy of kind of finding out what the anxieties and the worries and the concerns are before, a little bit before they come percolating up. Those are, yeah, two questions. It's like, so empathetic messaging, what is our monitoring system, like really proactive? Love what's going on with the social, emotional, mental health stuff. And and I had another question you already answered about how do you adapt for unanticipated issues. And then one little tiny thing is I heard there were issues last year with ANET for Spanish. That was on Sharon's slide. There was so much information on Sharon's slide, so I couldn't get into details. That's just a detail, but I'm wondering if that's going to work.
Hi, Carolyn. I can go ahead and answer about the empathetic communication, and thanks for highlighting telecom. Each of our secondary building principals are sending communications out to our students and our staff, no later than tonight. And it does speak to scheduling, and empathy is highlighted. And it does stipulate for this week. Just when we return back, we'll be focusing on schedule corrections, like perhaps you got in the wrong level of a world language class, or you might have had a hole in your schedule, meaning it wasn't filled. Those are high priority. And then beginning next week, we'll be working with individual families on other concerns that they may have about their schedule. So every principal at this secondary is sending something out by the end of tonight.
Okay, let's hope that hits people, right?
Yeah. And I think, Carolyn, I think your point about being more proactive, I think is a great point. Something I think we can definitely improve on it. You know, it's one of the expectations we have, you know, with our communications team this year to be that, you know, and normally in these type of situations when there's issues that arise in a building, you know, as we always talk about, that escalation path, you know, is what we really encourage. It's something that we reinforce with our association, something that we just like to have, because I think that allows to ensure that, you know, if there is an issue or concern, you know, in many kids' situations, especially with the schedule, you know, it's going to be solved at that local context initially. And so I would just say that we didn't anticipate that, you know, to be the challenges that we face. So it's maybe a little bit on us for missing that mark just a bit in terms of issues anticipation, but it's definitely an area I think we can improve in it. But we saw, you know, an email came over the weekend from one of our high schools, and then, you know, one yesterday. So in this process, you know, we're trying to assess and judge, you know, how big of an issue or challenge is this? And, you know, I think that, you know, whether we have one or, you know, 1,000 responses, you know, obviously, you know, we would definitely want to address a concern, because whatever the person experience, you know, their perception is their reality, and we have to be able to address that in a better way. So something we'll work to improve on over this year.
So yeah, one strategy I'm using is I'm lurking around in a lot of individual school parent groups, but that is with permission, and it's not easy maybe for a staff person to do, but I wonder if there's some kind of, you know, strategy like that to find out what.
Yeah, we do have access now into the next door, you know, so I know we are doing some monitoring of that, which does help with some of that, you know, but I would definitely say this one caught us by surprise a little bit, you know, so I think it's just an area first we have to explore in a different way. And again, like I said, I think an issues anticipation, you know, may have helped us in this, but we weren't prepared for that.
Okay, good.
This time.
All right, thank you. Erica.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question regarding in your secondary schedule, you noted that this is sort of a general request based on the day in the life that you gave for the secondary schedule. You indicated that teachers would request that kids join small groups, and that small group meetings would be sort of like aligned by the teacher. And the question that has come up a lot is like, what does this mean? What does this asynchronous afternoon schedule actually look like? You know, how does that work? So it sounds like, based on what you said, that the teachers would be sort of orchestrating and coordinating that. And my concern there is, how do we ensure that each and every child is being pushed, that, you know, that teachers might understandably and correctly focus on the kids who are struggling or not engaging, but how do we ensure that the kids that are also being pushed and put into small groups that are appropriate? And how do we ensure that for every teacher in every class?
Heather, do you want to pipe in for the scheduled part? You or Patty? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And then Patty may want to add to it because she spends generally more time at the secondary level. But for the afternoon is really intended to be a flexible use time. And so teachers can schedule in time for students, and then at the secondary level, and even at the elementary, students can also schedule in time with teachers. So it's really two-way piece of communication. And then within that, though, depending on the particular class and the particular the students and their needs, the teacher, the expectation is that the teacher is looking at the needs of all of their students, and then looking at how they can provide asynchronous support for students based on needs, whether they are at, above, or below where they should be in the class. Now that might look a little bit different for some students than others. So for example, some students might not be scheduled into a small group on a given day, but instead they would have some independent or guided opportunities that they can engage in, and then other students might be. And so it's a combination of all of the above. So there is some independent and there's some guided practice and even some time for some homework and follow-up work, which we had a question about homework earlier. And then there's also support for students who need more support, but also the idea is to provide asynchronous extensions for students who need it as well. So it's, if you think about it more based on groupings students based on their needs with a menu that could include individual, small group, or guided practice, that's how we're thinking about that afternoon time. Patty,
yeah, I'll just add to that, when we worked on these schedules, especially with the BEA leadership, the thinking about the afternoon time is our teachers are in their virtual classroom during that time, and they have scheduled time. It is their time with students. It's not like it's not their planning time. It's not their time for, doing email and that kind of thing. It is their time for students, because we wanted to maximize opportunities for small group instruction, not just for the kids who are struggling, but for any kids, because all kids are craving that small group instruction. We heard that loud and clear at the end of the spring. The teachers who capitalized on small group instruction, the kids were far more engaged and had a better experience. And so we wanted that time for teachers will be in their virtual classrooms. They will schedule small group instruction or one-on-one with students. But we also want to be flexible and kind of gauge how this goes after a couple of weeks to see, hey, is this really making sense for kids? Or is it just like, should we be more flexible where kids could come in and make appointments with teachers and stuff? We don't want it to just be office hours. We want teachers to be intentional in setting up small group opportunities for peer connection and for extending the learning with kids. So what we're saying is, right now it's, teachers, we want you to schedule time with kids, but we also know that may not, we need to gauge that and measure whether or not that's working when we get into it after a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Oh, and Erica, you might be interested in what does that mean for elementary? You didn't ask, but at elementary, the teachers will be in their virtual classrooms for a 90-minute block, and they will be scheduling rotations of small groups or individual kids to do like guided reading, for example, or some guided math. And so an individual student won't have 90 minutes in the afternoon of synchronous, but they might have 20 minutes, or depending on the age of the student. So, so that's our thinking.
Thanks.
Thanks, Eva. Erica, did you have an additional question, or did that answer all the questions?
That pretty much answered what came up for me in the meeting. I had some other questions that have been previously answered. So.
Okay, great, thank you. Francine.
Thanks. Yeah, so thanks to the other directors. They raised a lot of the same questions and concerns that I had. I just want to start off by saying that this particular report has been helpful and appears to have a good balance in the plan, while recognizing that there are still some significant shortcomings. And I think it's the kind of report that we should have had months ago. And I want to make it clear that while I appreciate the work that has gone into this and the individuals doing the work, this is different than accepting when the outcomes fall short. So for example, even if the district always knew that certain things weren't being offered, families did not know, and certainly not when they made their choices, and not when there are statements to the contrary saying that everything is being offered. And then, when educators were given a choice as well, and that information was collected over a month ago, And so it's interesting to hear now that it was because of bargaining that there was a delay to even starting the schedule, a schedule that we always knew when we were making 2 schedules was going to be really challenging. Regardless, the master schedule is always challenging, we hear. And so more than doubling the work was going to be challenging. So I think many of the things that were shared today in this meeting now should have been made clearer by the district and the Educators Association. So I want to say when I make these statements, it's because I believe in our team BSD. It's our whole team. It's our families and our students, our educators and our administrators, and then a very supportive community. And I'll cheer for this team because I want us to succeed. Our mission is too important and it's something we all agree on. But we want to make sure everyone is supported and able to access all the opportunities and achieve. And in the best of time, there are challenges. And in all times, we have individuals who give so wholly of themselves for our mission and vision, but we cannot rely on those heroics. We have to have a better system. So it was good today to hear more about making the system that actually works for people who are in it. We really had an opportunity with this disruption to try to create something that was stronger and better, not something that was just good enough. Not something that just looked good on paper or sounded promising or was predicated on those individual heroics. But I'm not sure that that was what we were presented or that's what we have at this point. So again, it's good to hear that there's going to be some feedback and a recognition that we may need to make continued changes. So I hope that we really are intentional in these plans, that it comes through more like it did today about how we are really trying to center our students, our families, our educators, find ways to really make sure that we are actionable for success. I think that my main question then is, in the past, I've been asking, how does this fit in with our values? How do we make sure we're aligned with our strategic plan? How do we know that students are going to succeed and be supported social, emotionally, and academically? How do we make sure that we know that they're learning, that we know that they're supported? And so we knew from the beginning that students were going to be remote. Some portion of them were going to be remote. We knew we had remote as a system, and we are about to start remote. And it seems that there are still so many questions pouring in from people, our educators and our families. It's really disheartening. But I want to believe that we are off to a good start in 2 days. So I want to know, how is the district going to ensure that we really are off to an excellent start, and that everyone, not just the people listening right now, because that's sometimes what happens. It's the people who came to the families forum or the people who listened to the board meeting who have the information. How do we know that everyone is going to feel supported and it's going to get off to a good start?
Well, I hope that the presentation you heard tonight gives you some indication of the work that we have done over this time. And I know that, you may not want to hear it again, but, our staff has been working incredibly hard during this time. And just again, in the beginning of the springtime, we asked for grace and compassion during this time, knowing that we've never been here before. We had 50 days to do this. And yes, we knew we're going to be having this virtual setting. We're going to have in the hybrid. We're going to have a couple of different models there, but we didn't know what staffing was going to look like. We didn't know which teachers were going to want to be in the virtual setting or in the hybrid setting. We still had negotiations to work through. So there were so many moving parts to go through this. But my hope is that you saw tonight that we do have a solid plan. Yes, we have heard from some of our educators, and we will continue to work closely with them to address the individual issues or concerns that are coming up. And, in many cases, I hear you're saying that you're disheartened by this, but, I just have to say that, I just, believe that our team has done the best we can, given the situation that we're in a pandemic that we have never faced before as educators or as a society in our lifetime. And we've done everything we can to make it a best experience possible. So we are leaning on Team BSD, we are leaning on our values. We are leaning on the work that we're doing. Again, I've seen so much evidence over this last week as I've seen the professional development that's occurred, not only at the district level, but at the building level. So the assurance I can give you is that I believe in our people, I believe in our staff, I believe in our teams, and we know it's not perfect for everybody, but we're going to do everything we can to adjust it, and we will be ready for our students to come to us on Thursday, and we will continually make adjustments and changes that are necessary for us to be successful. So this is just the beginning of the work that we've been able to do, but there was no plan for this. There was no work for this, and I believe we've created a pretty solid plan here to support our students and our educators as best as possible, as well as our families, and we will continue to learn and adjust throughout the process.
Okay, so I haven't asked any questions yet, but I know we're running out of time here, so I'm probably going to ask a couple real quick. But before I do that, are there any other board members who have additional questions that you want to present tonight?
I just had more of a comment, so why don't you go ahead, Christine, and I'll if time allows, like 2 minutes, a minute.
Okay, that sounds terrific. Thanks, Seema. And in fact, why don't we just plan to give everyone a minute to kind of wrap up towards the end? So my questions are really quick on this. They're mostly clarifications. So and a lot of them are related to equity. So I'll just call out both racial equity and equity for other students who are often marginalized. When we use the DESA, in the past, there have been some really major concerns about using the DESA as a tool because it has some implicit bias. But I've also seen the DESA lauded as a potentially good resource for helping address bias. I don't know what training we give or how we ensure that the DESA isn't reinforcing bias. And so I'll leave that. But before I have another question about sort of a bias. One of the things I've asked this a couple times and I'm not sure I feel like I understand the answer yet. We have these universal screening tests that we've set up to give folks to identify where there are holes in the skills and knowledge from last year, because we know they're going to be there. But we also know to make sure that we don't make the gaps worse in learning, that we're not going to create like, here's the remedial learning and here's the kids who are ready to go, just go. But actually research shows us, and I think this is what you presented to us last year, the best way to do that is figure out in the moment of learning at the right grade level, the right course level, what is the hole and how can we address it? But the way that we're doing these screeners, it sounds like we're doing sort of a test at the beginning to identify all the holes. And I want to just know how we're making sure that we don't unintentionally create groupings that are going to later exacerbate the gap in how we organize the learning, that's being used in a way that helps us avoid gaps, not perpetuate them.
Hi, Christine. I'm happy to speak to the DESA question, actually, because this is, I think, one of the space, getting back to what we heard earlier, one of the places where I think that this pandemic has helped us improve. So one of the things that we took advantage of here is there's a requirement to be providing an SEL screener. And so we are, and this is our first time having an opportunity to triangulate that DESA data. So in addition to that, so we do provide training to our educators around that, and we have had a very intentional focus this year in particular around our building leadership teams, providing that racial equity training to their staffs in these professional learning days. And how that plays out in administration. So the DESA is that teacher perception data. What we're going to be doing this year is adding a component from the panorama that's a student level response. So we're going to be able to triangulate between that, and for students who are where we are wondering about more data, we also have the opportunity to provide a parent feedback opportunity so that we can get multiple data points this time. So I think this is an example where we didn't just take what we had already been using and saying we're just going to move status quo. We said, how can we improve this and make this better so that we're meeting the needs of students? So so I'm really excited about it, being able to look at that data, being able to have this additional layer of training and racial equity focus, and then coupling it with additional data points that will give that individual student's perspective as well as potentially family perspectives. So so just a little bit about that. And we can talk more about
that is
that
super
measure.
helpful. I just will ask you, as you guys are developing the work on the annual plan goals and on the monitoring for this work, that seems like a majorly substantial piece in terms of advancing equity and using that tool in a more effective way that keeps it in check and actually does good. So if we could get some way of monitoring and knowing that that's happening and seeing that, because I think that would be really powerful. And any comments on the testing plan, or is that you or is that Sharon?
Hey, Christine.
Thanks,
I could
Kelly.
talk a little bit about standards and that whole question that you have, which is a great question about looking for the gaps that kids might have in their understanding versus not wanting kids to be set in programs that put them behind. This is the conversation that we're having at the district level, but also at the school level. The way that we see it is we want to ensure that kids have access to grade level standards this year, this fall, despite the disruption that has happened in the spring. And so there's two different types of assessments. There's the assessments that the teachers are going to give that's based on the standards to see where kids are, and then they're going to teach to the standards. But then we have, especially at the elementary, middle, I think up through 9th, some adaptive software, and those are specifically targeted to help find out where kids are exactly, and then where the gaps in understanding is, so that we can catch the kids up. And so between those two things, what we're hoping is to be able to create a program for kids where they are guaranteed access to grade level standards. Because if we don't give kids access to rigor and grade level standards and spend we could spend all year trying to catch the kids up, which would then put them even farther behind. So what we're doing is trying to work with the teachers on how to start with the standards, but then use some of these tools that we're giving them to identify where the gaps are. And then through small group instruction and things like that, individualized instruction and the adaptive software to close the gaps at the same time. So that's kind of our strategy. I was listening to the Stevenson Elementary conversation on Monday at their professional learning day. And that's the conversation that they were having was go into the school year, teach high to your highest kids, and then use these tools that we have, identify where the gaps are, and then as you're teaching to the standards, find ways to close those gaps in the meantime. But what we're really trying to do is make sure that we don't identify the gaps and then start back there. Does that make sense?
Kelly. It not only makes sense, it's actually one of the most powerful mindset changes that I've heard in the work that we've often done in terms of dealing with gaps in kids' backgrounds and understandings in particular disciplines. So it has a lot of power potential. And if we're really going to leverage that and help teachers have sort of a feedback loop to know if it's working or not, it would be great. As you guys, again, same comment as I made to Heather, as you're establishing the monitoring plan for this, that seems like one of the more substantial and important things. And we also want to make sure that it doesn't become a just take these tests and then take these tests and then take these tests that can just feel so overwhelming to teachers when they feel like, geez, all we're doing is testing our kids and not moving forward. So really supporting them, making sure it's positive for kids and teachers, and having data about that would be great. I had a couple other small questions, but I think I will table them for now and just say that I'm really looking forward to the annual plan goal connections and really looking for how we're going to know that we are putting together the right quality, not just of outcomes, but of experiences for our students, families, and our teachers during this time. So the feedback systems are great, but it's really important that we know where we're going so that we are evaluating the feedback with respect to whether or not we're on track to get there, and whether or not the experience itself is at the quality that we want it to be for everyone. The thing that I take away and I share with Francine is that one of the most powerful things about this district is with so much talent and depth in the staff that we have, it's imperative that we be able to have hard conversations and ask challenging questions and really dig into understanding what the potential is and how we best unlock it and support it. So I am grateful for the opportunities to ask hard questions and to hear staff share where they're at. Sometimes where they're at is, we haven't had time to address that piece. Sometimes where they're at is, yeah, we have a lot of background on that and here's how we're supporting it. But it also helps us as a board after those conversations, have a better sense of how to work together to set up monitoring, progress monitoring and direction setting that is meaningful and that is going to help really leverage the work that everyone is just putting so much effort into so we can fly. So with that, I think I'm going to just ask every board member and our superintendent if they have any final comments as we head out for our first day back to school in this incredible year. So Seema, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I just wanted basically just to share for the other, honestly, other board members, because of OPMA, we can't, chat by email with one person and then share with others. But Dr. Duran, we had a exchange over the weekend, and I included some of your executive staff, but some were not on it. But I just wanted to share that what I'd said, and I know you're thinking about it, and that's all I wanted to share with others, was that, clearly, as you said, this is a unique and pretty surreal time in history in terms of the pandemic. It's also joined with the protests around racial and societal inequities. And it brings, like, there's a moment that we could meet in terms of how we, revise some of what we do. And what I'd asked you, and you said you're going to see if this is possible, can we look to some of the things within our annual plan, such as our Tier 2 goal around curriculum, ensuring specifically our U.S. history really does not just meet our goal of multiple perspectives and cultural identity, but embrace the moment we're in. We can meet this moment and have meaningful conversations with our students. Could we do that? And I'm asking, can we do that in light of what's happening right now? And you've said you will look at it, knowing and acknowledging that we don't want to add something hard for our teachers, but we could leverage content that's out there, mediums that are out there that could align with remote working. So I just wanted to share that that's something that I know you're going to think about. The other one that I think you did respond to was on the SRO, knowing that question is out there and it's a source of stress, regardless of what side you're on that issue. We did ask if maybe could you have a timeline that's sooner than you had originally proposed. And so I'll just, if you have anything to say on that, go ahead. But that was really what I just want to acknowledge so others knew.
Yeah, we can definitely accelerate the timeline on the SRO approach and what we're going to be doing in that area. We are currently in process right now of engaging some of our students and former students that have reached out to us to continue the conversation and to really think about how we're going to be setting up, this, what I'm calling an advisory group around the SRO. We're also working closely with the city right now and setting up that meeting. So that's a work in progress. So I feel pretty confident we'll be able to accelerate that timeline and get much clearer in terms of what that's going to look like so that we can be very clear on that. So we will definitely be addressing that. And I will also be working on communicating that out to the community when we have some of these pieces nailed down so that we can confirm them as our next steps in this process. And just on your comment around the curriculum, I also just want to add on to that, we've done a lot of work around some of actually, we've done some work in terms of how we have revamped some of our curriculum. There's still more work to do, but I really appreciate some of the different pieces you brought into the conversation around how we look at, multiple groups and ensure that we are really providing even a more well-rounded perspective on different people's history and their experience. So I think it's an opportunity for us to dig in that a little bit more and then have a real clear timeline in terms of what that work is going to look like. But we do have a meeting scheduled for that conversation, and we will consider how we can put that into some of our work moving forward this year.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Seema, and thanks, Dr. Duran. Erica, do you want to jump in? Any final comments or questions?
Sure. I just want to chime in and say, there's a lot of discussion around all the work that's gone in, all the anxiety, all the ways in which we know it's not going to be perfect. But I just want to say I'm excited for school to start. I'm excited for Lolo to start kindergarten. We had a meet and greet with the Anatai kindergarten team yesterday evening, and it was awesome. It was great to see other families and see other kids and talk with the teachers. It made me feel really good about what they're going to be doing. I'm excited to partner with our community partners in support of our kids who need it in terms of support for childcare and support for remote learning. And I'm excited to see what Bellevue School District can do in this completely ridiculous process and time. So that's just what I want to end on that.
Thanks, Erica. Carolyn, anything that you want to chime in with? All right, I will come back there.
Sorry, I didn't know my microphone was off. I was launching into a whole big discussion. Yeah, I was going to say I was very interested in seeing eventually those history changes that I've heard so much about, or social studies changes or whatever they're going to be. I think they may already exist, and I have assumptions about what they are, and I just love to see them. And then the other thing I just want to reiterate around, I think communication can alleviate anxiety if it's real. Like if it's not just like fluffy language, but if people really sense that there's a reality to communicate the constraints, the hurdles, and all the work that you've been doing. Because I think there is like just a ton of work and a ton of complexity, and I can imagine that understanding something about what a master schedule looks like. But I think that if we communicate that more, some of it, judiciously, I think it could alleviate the anxieties and get people feeling more like we care.
All right. Well, that is a great sentiment. Thank you, Carolyn. Francine, did you have any final thoughts, or did you already share yours in the question time?
Yeah, for the most part, I just want to say I appreciate the points, especially that Seema raised, and just want to note that we may be restructuring a little bit of what we do in our board meetings so that we can have more time for discussion on some of those issues that have been, perhaps we haven't been able to discuss them or give as much time to them because of the time that we've been devoting to the fall planning. And then I just want to say, I just want to reaffirm that I really believe in Team BSD. Just like Erica said, there are some really exciting things that are planned, which is great. Some things that we still need to improve, but want to focus on really having that positive messaging, and so that families do get off to that good start. So I hope that all the things that we talked about today really get out there into our community, and so that everyone on Team BSD understands what the supports are that are available to them. And so when we promote that students will thrive as creators of their future world, it means that we believe that they and we can tackle this unknown and shape it for success. So I want that message to really get out there. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Duran, anything you want to end with as we get close on this discussion of back to school planning?
Well, I would just say, just again, just incredibly grateful and thankful for all the work that's gone into this, the amazing work that has happened with our associations, our different bargaining groups, our staff, our educators. And we know it's not perfect. We don't want that to be our enemy either, something we said in the springtime, but we are going to be committed to really making sure we're doing the best we can. And then again, just to remind everybody again that we are in a pandemic. We're still there. And, visiting Highland today just really struck me again, just that, this pandemic is impacting some of our own employees in some really, really challenging ways. And the idea of having to furlough some of our staff, it hurts. It really hurts to know that's happening. And, it's not our intent in any way to do that kind of stuff, but this is what we're dealing with right now. And so, we just have to be really mindful of that, but then also still operate that, I think all of us are involved in education to a degree because we believe and know that education is the one thing that can make a difference. We're evident of that, in terms of where we all have been able to come in our own lives. And, I look forward to starting off the year on Thursday and figuring out what's working, what's not working, but most of all, to start a year like we've never had to do before and know that we're all together in this work. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Duran. And on that note, I would just like to ask Melissa DeVita to make an exciting announcement.
What am I announcing? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you tell us that at 6 p.m. something went live? Do we have some?
Parent View and Student View went live at 6 p.m. so everybody can see their schedules.
Yeah, so that's exciting. I know my kids have always been excited to find their schedules and see what they've got coming up, and then start comparing them with friends and and start getting excited about the school year. So that is one more step forward, and I appreciate everything. So thanks everybody for this discussion. What we'll take this to next time that we meet is we'll be talking about our annual plan goals, and we'll talk about how the equity pieces, how the back to school pieces, and how the core strategic plan is feeding into that, and how we're going to monitor and maybe make some adjustments to those annual plan goals to really keep us all on track for quality outcomes for kids and quality experiences for everyone along the ride. So thank you very much. And I, like Erica, can't wait for the start of the school year. With that, we're going to go ahead, take some public comments, take a short break, and then come back and go ahead to our policy work. So Jen, do you want to walk us through our public comments? Or actually, I think I'm supposed to read the piece first, and then I will turn it over to Jen. Just let me get the right piece up here. We have public comment guidelines. Okay, so I'm going to read this statement. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following the receipt of those comments. And I just say thank you to the folks who took the time to share their feedback, their concerns, their ideas with the board. And I'm looking forward to Jen summarizing. We have quite a few different topics covered tonight, so we'll hear some representative comments from every one of those topic areas, I hope.
Okay, I'm just sending the public comments live. And the first topic area is from Lily Nguyen, offered the SAT. I would like to ask the Bellevue School District to help students achieve their best by offering the SAT to students at school during the school year. There are numerous ways to offer such a test safely, especially if we move back into a hybrid situation. It is a disservice to our students to not give them this opportunity during pandemic. We should be putting in more of an investment into our students. Now that the schedule is out and Wednesdays are rotating asynchronous times, a survey should at least be sent out to parents to see if they would like students to miss this one day in favor of taking the SAT/ACT. Sincerely, Linda Nguyen, parent of a daughter at Interlake High School. From Beth Gatewood, please rethink the secondary model of hybrid and online fully remote learning. Please rethink the secondary model of hybrid and online fully remote learning. With extra resources, the execution of this model will negatively affect the teaching and learning of Bellevue secondary students. I have attended your meetings this summer. I know you are assured that online instruction will be different and improved from the spring. However, as a teacher who will be executing online/fully remote teaching, I have reservations of this claim you were presented. All your secondary teachers have returned to school to discover within the last week their teaching schedules have changed from what they entered summer expecting. At one high school, teachers received their assignments on August 30th. At my school, it was reported that 40% of teachers have new classes to teach, which includes classes they have never taught. To staff 2 different models, hybrid and remote/fully online, at each school has resulted in tremendous inefficiencies in staffing and inequities in assignments among staff with the hybrid and fully remote/online schools. There are 2 immediate ramifications of this hybrid fully remote model that will ultimately impact instruction and learning. Many teachers are discovering that they will be teaching new classes. Your teachers are professionals who spend their time preparing for the next school year. Now, 40% of your teachers are beginning the school year unprepared. At the secondary level, this is dramatic as teachers are now being assigned classes outside their expertise. Class sizes have been impacted dramatically in some cases. For example, at my school, online/fully remote science classes have reached 42 students. Hybrid classes are also above targets and are at 36 students. Reports across the district are equally devastating of class sizes well above target levels and with teachers stretched very thin. Classes of 42 students in the online/fully remote model are not the oddity. CTE classes at middle and high school are reporting 50 to 60 students. Multiple grade levels are being combined into single classes. Teacher preps, unique classes teachers teach, have increased to unmanageable levels. Some classes will be taught hybrid/fully remote at the same time by the same teacher, and teacher assignments span up to 3 different schools, rendering collaboration with those that have expertise impossible.
Time.
Okay, I think that's time. Is that right?
For that comment.
Okay, can someone call out time? Because I just can't watch it, so I can't watch the clock and read at the same time. From Rachel Pinter, impact of not having access to my classroom. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Pinter and I'm a special education teacher at Bellevue High School. I wanted to reach out to share the impact about not having access to my classroom will have on my teaching and student learning. I work with students with mild to significant disabilities. In particular, I teach a social skills class that relies on access to kitchen, parentheses, refrigerator and sink, end of parentheses, as several students are working on adaptive/independent living skills. In my current living situation, I am currently not able to access my own kitchen to use as a visual. In addition, as we move into the hybrid model, it will be important to continue to have access to that sort of specialty classroom, but also to a room that has been designed around the needs of students with autism and other disabilities. These students rely on consistency in their environments, and it will be quite a significant shift for them to relearn a new building, which may affect the progress that they have made thus far. Thank you for your consideration as well as for all that you do. Sincerely, Rachel Pinter. From Sarah Clark, topic, push the start of school back at least a week. I ask that you consider pushing the start of school back at least a week. Many staff received their teaching assignments for the first time on Friday, with schedules that continue to change and unreasonable class sizes in the 40s. Teachers were given opportunities for professional development last week that were impractical since they had no idea what they were teaching. The indecision of the board about how schools should resume and the unwillingness to create an internal virtual school has made chaos. Teachers are teaching up to 4 different courses with a combination of virtual and hybrid classes. Teachers are scrambling to get up to speed with technology they can't set up because the schedules and students are in a state of instability and in courses they've never taught before. School starts in 2 days and you have not given teachers a chance to truly prepare to meet the demands of this coming year. I ask you to consider what is truly best for our students. Sarah Clark. From Melinda Ellion, excellent student advocacy, timeline for curriculum updates. Board members, I would like to ensure that you saw the excellent advocacy work that the BSD students that are part of Eastside for Black Lives undertook by talking to a group of state legislators about what can be done at a state level to improve the school resource officer program and expectations for the social studies program. In case you missed it, the video of the Eastside for Black Lives students talking to legislators is here. Additionally, they reminded me that they have 2 requests of the district, removing the SROs from our schools and decolonizing the curriculum. While we have a timeline for further action on the SRO issue, I've not seen any response on the updates to the curriculum, which is disappointing since it was specifically called out in the EAG report and is mentioned in the annual plan. Please push for a timeline for completing this very important work as well. Please continue listening to our students. Respectfully, Melinda Ellion. From Taylor Tillotson, class size and custodian furlough concerns. Dear members of the Bellevue School Board, my name is Taylor Tillotson, and I'm a social studies teacher at Odell Middle School. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter and for your service to the district. I'm writing you today with concerns regarding 2 primary issues related to the fall semester: remote class sizes, furloughing custodial staff. My concerns regarding class size come from my perspective as a classroom educator. Class sizes this fall, particularly for remote classes, will routinely reach into the upper 30s. Total numbers of students for many remote teachers will often be in surplus of 160. These numbers increase the likelihood of children falling through the cracks. Furthermore, the burden of the large class sizes associated with remote teaching will disproportionately fall onto the shoulders of female teachers, parentheses, tasked with childcare, and parentheses, and those with medical conditions, parentheses, unable to attend school due to health risks, and parentheses. We have a wonderful education system here in Bellevue that emphasizes individual instruction. Class sizes that are much larger than the CBA targets make providing that personalized touch difficult. Furloughing custodial staff raises similar concerns regarding equity and efficiency. Our frontline custodians are a group of hardworking employees who are disproportionately people of color and make relatively low wages. I'm concerned regarding the equity of temporarily laying off these workers during COVID-19. Additionally, I'm curious regarding the thinking behind this approach. There is not insignificant chance that some of the furloughed workers will not come back. BSD will lose valuable institutional knowledge in the process. I understand that there are no easy answers and deeply respect the work that you and the BEA leadership are doing to lead the district through this crisis. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your dedication to the BSD. Sincerely, Taylor Tillotson. We have additional time?
Yes, we have 2 minutes left.
Okay, all right. From Don Burris, educators are really struggling. Hello, BSD School Board. This is Don Burris, Sammamish High School math teacher and BEA executive board member writing from my personal account. At the secondary level, there are a number of teachers who are feeling the least respected they have during their careers. After finding out our schedules on Friday, parentheses, or yesterday for some schools, and parentheses, and knowing that those schedules are not finalized, a few of my colleagues have asked for leaves of absence due to the unreasonable workload. Colleagues are receiving schedules with 40 students in a virtual class. One world language teacher has 9 distinct classes during their 5 teaching periods. Many teachers have had their schedules changed to new preps, often ones that have little experience teaching. My counselor colleagues are working until 1 a.m. or later to try to fix the schedules presented to them, and tensions are at an unprecedented high. Some of my colleagues are asking to delay the start of school since they have had 0 time to prepare for new classes. Again, a few teachers have just decided that they cannot do what you are asking. The educators are starting to feel like the decisions of the district are making the incredibly difficult task of attempting to educate students during the pandemic into an impossible endeavor. There are still a great number of logistics and purpose questions that remain unanswered, and the start of school is less than 6 contractual hours away. I understand there are state requirements and financial limitations to what you can do. There are also physical and mental limitations to what my fellow educators can do. So far, district communications have overpromised, and educators will be forced to underdeliver or work ourselves beyond capacity. We should have stuck with the spring schedules and gone fully remote for the semester, if not the year. The school board should be sending a personalized message to every educator apologizing for promising the impossible to parents without considering the trauma that a pandemic imposes on all of us. As a veteran educator in this district, I'm used to being asked to do more than what is possible, but the schedule rollout, dreams of hybrid learning, and silence from district leadership is potentially leading us into an unmitigated disaster of a year. Thank you for your time, Don. From Regan Lord.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Jen. Great to hear the feedback from folks. I think we've already actually talked about many of the issues that came up in these conversations. And so hopefully folks actually have more information now than they did when they sent the comment. But please do keep comments coming, because that is how, not just to the board, but also to the district, because as Melissa has highlighted on multiple times, that is how we learn, how we are made aware of things that you might think we ought to know, but everyone doesn't always know. And we really appreciate the time people take to surface issues and bring them to our attention. Our team works hard to address those issues, and we appreciate you sending them in. So we're going to take a short break right now, and then we're going to come back and work on policy pieces. It is now 6:22, so let's come back at 6:30 and jump into policy at that point. Board members, please confirm in the chat that you are back so that we know that we can start, and then we'll go ahead and start the meeting.
I'm back, Christine. Also, I don't have a chat feature anymore.
Thanks, no troubles. I think we're just looking for Erica. So as she gets back online, or she may be here but hasn't confirmed yet. So we'll go ahead and get us started here. All right. So I think we have one board member who will be back in a moment. So as we prepare for her, I'm going to let everyone know where we're coming from here. So about 2 weeks ago, we had a 2.5, I don't know, I've given up time these days. We had a workshop with our senior executive staff and our board and Tom Alsbury, who's an expert in board governance. And we went through a couple of our policies on planning and reporting. And I wanted to let folks know why these policies are so important to us. We've made some clarifications in them and we've made some improvements because we enhanced them about a year or so ago, and now we're trying to be responsive to see what works. But I would like to just comment on why these are a passion for me in particular. I believe that the planning and progress monitoring processes that we engage in together as a district are the processes that really help us to get aligned in where we're heading. And they help us to understand where we're going, help us to understand how we can each play a role in supporting that thing that we're caring about. And they also help us elevate some of the small good things that are happening that may turn out to be some of the most transformative work that our district is doing. You heard today in the details of some of the presentations about ways that we are looking to help ensure kids can learn at grade level, regardless of whether or not they have a hole in their background. That may be one of the most transformative things that we do to really get kids learning together in effective environments that could be an amazing experience for our system. We have some work that was done because of our equity plan and commitments that we'll be talking about next meeting when we unpack our equity and accountability monitoring report that helped us make some progress on things like what Seema brought up. We actually did a start to the curriculum work and we called that out. And now that goal is something that we're all sharing across the district to really work on that. And it gives us a chance to give inputs to it, to make it richer, to make it better. When we heard that the SRO investigation was going on, I asked that be added to the annual plan so that we would all be able to have transparent understanding of where that was going, to plug in, to understand it. And our teachers this summer initiated their own work to talk about how to make grading better for all of our kids and to improve equity in grading at the same time. And now that's on our goals. And so these are some of the most powerful policies we have for helping everybody coordinate and get together. So what we did is we talked about some improvements and clarifications that were made to the policies to make them work better for us, and gave feedback, and then came together to put these modifications in place. So we're here for second reading tonight. And the first thing, we're going to look at policy 0150 first, which is our planning policy. And the first thing I want to point out that we did with both of these policies is we were asked to make this more digestible. So effectively, this is in some ways a procedure and a policy wrapped into one. So what we did is took the overview section and fleshed it out a little so that it was basically a one-page policy that covered the key points of what we wanted. There's nothing new in that content, but it gives you a consumable space to look at the content. Then, in addition to that, we made specific changes. So Mike, if you scroll down to page 11 and maybe make it a little big so folks can see it. Well, I guess you've already done that. Thanks. They can see the changes made for second reading. And you'll find them with the yellow highlights, and you can see the feedback here, but the changes that were made were, there's a richer overview. We clarified the need to align the annual goals with the strategic and longer term goals, although some tier 2 goals will sometimes have reasons to deviate from that direct association. We clarified expectations around plan updates and acknowledged that they should be fairly stable. Made some comments about extreme disruptions to schooling or programs, think of COVID, and clarified ownership around the school SIPs as being school-based ownership. So those are the major changes made here. So board directors, do you have questions that you want to walk through, or should we just walk through the policies space by space and take questions? Oh, and Erica, thank you. Great to have you back now. So why don't we then just go up to page 1 and ask if there are any questions about the summary, any questions or concerns about the updated summary piece that was added. Okay, doesn't sound like there's anything there. So if we go down, I think the next major set of changes is underneath the strategic plan, and it talks about the updates. So it's at the bottom of page 2. Are there any questions or concerns about those updates? If you scroll down to the big section of yellow, Mike, that would be great. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then if we scroll down lower, the annual plan, this is where some of the clarifications were made about tier 2 goals. So you see that yellow section there. Some text was deleted and clarified a little bit more crisply. Any questions? Okay, and then there are some small changes later in the report. There's some on page 6. We can pause there, and I think that's about it. And there was an addition of some policy references, I think. Board, is there anything that you would like to discuss or a question about this right now? Okay. Barring comments, we've had.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to clarify, maybe I've asked this before and I just not wrapping my mind around it. Our annual plan or our plans are not comprehensive in the sense that under annual plan you have tier 2 goals should be mapped to the district strategic goals. And tier 2 annual goals that do not map should map to a known issue and all this. So I just want to clarify to be sure of the way I should think about this, that we are not looking for like a goal for every department. We're looking for goals that map to the strategic goals.
I think in general, Carolyn, the goal is to have the plan is to have every department ought to be contributing to advancing the strategic plan. But sometimes there are things that departments need to do to fill in a hole or fix something that have to come up. And then there's, of course, always the steady work that we're doing. But we want to keep the goals focused not just on the steady work, but if we think that the steady work needs a goal because it's maintaining it as part of our strategic plan or meeting something there, then we would call it out for a given department. But in general, these goals are focused on the things that are going to take us another step forward. But in some cases, maintaining high performance or high quality in something might be the thing that's advancing the strat plan in a department, so they might call that out. So everyone should be contributing a goal.
So this is a difference in philosophy, because it came to my attention recently that I'm not sure how department is defined. I thought department was like when you go to the BSD website and you look at what's on there and there's a tab or something for departments and then you see a list and that's who I would expect to be a department and potentially have a goal. And then apparently that's not exactly true. Like maybe if you look at it from, you know, an accounting perspective, departments can be defined somewhat differently. And I was just thinking, just because of the way my mind works, I like things to be comprehensive in the sense that I like to, just me, this is not a board perspective, but I like to see them all listed and then sort of say, well, you know, if this particular department, I'm trying to think of something like, I don't know, grounds maintenance or something, you know, some doesn't really have anything that hits strategic, maybe it does, but some example, then just have a little note like we don't have a goal for this, just so that we don't lose track of a department that we're not thinking about.
Mike, can you scroll up to page 3, please? The bottom of page 3 where it says annual plan. I'd like to know if Carolyn wants to propose any changes to this text. So if you look at the first bullet here, the superintendent, because the way we organize departments and programs isn't always consistent and it's evolving, this first bullet is intended to give some flexibility there and to help the superintendent and district be able to do that as needed, and not to have a checklist of how to break those departments down, because that might not serve the best.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to define a department, I guess is what I'm saying.
So did you want to make any changes to this particular text?
Well, I like the way it says generally all departments and significant programs should provide tier 2 goals. I think it's a matter of opinion or debate or discussion. Do we want to see what I suggest, kind of a list of all departments so that we know that they exist, or is this not the place for that? I'm still questioning this.
We had a list. We had that in the policy last year, and for first reading, we deleted it at a recommendation of staff, who said like trying to articulate that list as like a prescribed thing. If we change departments, if we change programs so they reach across departments, the feedback that we got from our committee on that was, our staff on our committee was that.
Okay, so taking it up a level, I think my concern comes from, how do we know for sure that we're not missing something? I mean, that I think that's probably my concern at the end.
I think that's part of the collaboration that happens. It looks like, Ivan, did you want to make a comment on this?
Yeah, I think that's where I was going to go to. I think that's where we have these conversations around, you know, that as I think about the balanced governance model and how that works, you know, we work collaboratively together in setting these goals. And I like the way that the language is written in here, because it does give us generally, but it also gives us that flexibility, because we would want our tier 2 goals to be aligning with our larger strategic plan goals. And in some cases, you know, it's going to be department aligned, but if it's program, I think we'd have to really look at that and kind of determine exactly where that would fit in. So again, I think that's going to just be done through the conversations that we're going to have collectively to kind of determine how is this goal in support of our largest strategic plan goals, and is there maybe an area, you know, within the district that we haven't addressed or has come up that we need to really kind of take on to get some changes, you know, for the next year moving forward. So I do like that it gives us a little bit of flexibility. And then I think, Carolyn, I kind of think about it still from the departments, how you initially described it. You know, I know the budget breaks things down because the budget can get to really specific details, but I think I still tend to think about our departments, what we have listed on our, you know, website is accurate, you know, but okay. I think if there's like a program or piece that fits within there, like I think about like even assessment evaluation is kind of seen as a program, but it fits within, doesn't necessarily fit within a department, but you know, we can easily map that if we need to. I think it's more so we just want to have the flexibility to be able to determine what we need to work on for the next year.
So that's kind of suggestion, because I agree with Carolyn that the transparency isn't always there because of the different, I think, definitions of what people consider as a department or not. Could we have the, since this is a policy, we could have a procedure that would include an org chart, and it could have sections that are highlighted, which would be the departments of interest that would be included. But that way we have the most recent organization chart that can be updated a lot more easily because it would be in procedure, and it would clearly delineate what all of the areas are in the districts and the ones that we're focusing on in the annual plan.
I was just kind of thinking I'd like a list that I could scan over just to see what the whole comprehensive list is, and then maybe we don't have to include them all in the annual plan. But I am aware that the org charts that I can get to on the website, some of them have last updated like a couple of years ago.
Right, that's what I'm saying, an updated one. And it could be in a list form. It doesn't have to be in the exact org chart form. It could be in an outline form, but that way it's all there and it's clear to everyone, and then something isn't overlooked. So for example, in this last annual plan, we didn't really have anything in curriculum, and you know, one argument would be like, well, that's kind of all of goal 2, but maybe it does need its own thing. And so then we have just better insight into what is there and what isn't there, and can have a discussion accordingly.
So I like that idea. Why I'd like to ask your indulgence though in trying to implement it. What I'd like to do is the goal committee has put in some time to do another refresh on these policies this year, because we think as we use them again and try some more, we may learn some things. So I wonder if we could, like the district can work on a procedure at any time to bring to us, and we could maybe make that part of the next steps here and looking at what a procedure might look like. But for this particular exercise, it would be great if we could just solidify this for the start of the school year as is, and then kind of get that longer term list fleshed out with a procedure or in a next iteration. Is that doable, or do you feel like you want to change language in this policy as well right now?
Well, if my concern can be contained within the sentence, the superintendent will consult with the board to identify the programs and departments that will be included in the annual plan tier 2 goals, then I guess I can lay my concern aside, because my concern is only that we missed something.
Yeah, I think it can be contained within there. And then to speak to Francine's point, it's tricky when you say like, so a procedure might solve this, but when you say you look at the org charts online, keeping too many procedures and things up to date with the detailed information like that becomes less tenable as well. So my preference is to leave it here and to tackle that particular issue in the next round. But if there's something you want to add to this, please make the suggestion. Because otherwise I'm going to motion that we move forward on this so we can get to 0300, which has a lot more details in it. Okay, I'm going to motion that we approve the modified version of 0150 that was presented for second reading as our updated policy 0150. May I have a second?
I second.
Thanks, Seema. All right, any further questions or discussion? All right, anyone opposed to approving this?
Wait,
as
I'm sorry, so I did have a further question. So I just wanted to hear from Ivan and staff too, just chiming in on this update, making sure that it is clear and doable. So I did like that we talked more in this version about strategies and being able to include that so that it's understandable in terms of how we're going about doing things, as well as then including them in the reports. And then the second part was a little bit that I thought Carolyn was going to touch on as well, which is that how we make sure that instead of just adding lots of goals, that the goals really are in service to the primary ones in the strategic plan, and whether that's clear enough in this version.
Ivan?
I think from my perspective, it's clear enough. I think the way that it's addressed here definitely addresses it when it talks about when possible tier 2 goals should be mapped to the strategic goals. And then I actually like that next bullet, because it then gives us some flexibility there where maybe we can't map it, but it's still something that we need to take on. And so it's not because we can't map it, we're not going to take something on. And then I think to address what Carolyn brought about the reassurance, the way that language is written, again, just I probably take it back to a higher level to think about, as we think about our work to implement balanced governance, I think, I can't remember I'm gonna draw a blank, but I think it was the Lighthouse studies and just what they looked at in terms of that research to think about, the clear goals, extensive data, and we want to make sure that part of that in the balanced governance is that they talk about the board and superintendent teams working together in a cooperative relationship with the superintendent. So I think that language that's in the current policy the way it is now really does address the need for it to be balanced, which is what I think we are working towards for our governance model.
Can I add one additional piece to that? I think it's important for us to make sure the tier 2 goals are really being driven by our strategic goals and not necessarily by our org chart. So I wanted to maintain that balance. I know we've talked about that a few times, but I think when we try to put in a goal for every department or every program that we see on the org chart, it can move us away from our strategic focus. So I think that's important to keep in mind with the tier 2 goals, balancing that with our desire for transparency. I also think for our current annual plan, which we drafted before this policy was finalized, that's an area where we might need more clarity on what we would be expected to add there for some items that are now in this policy but weren't when we started with the current annual plan.
Thanks, Eileen. Francine, does that address the questions that you have?
Yeah, pretty much. And I think we'll probably get into it a little bit in 0300. I think it's just that balance of there are some things that rise to that level where we have a specific annual goal to it, but then there are things I think that are happening that then are not transparent. And then people get the sense that they're not happening. So for example, our culturally responsive curriculum. And what's going on there, and that if it's not captured there, how do we make sure that we are attending to it, because it's really important and drives a lot of the other work. And so that's just, I just like that we've included more about the strategies, and then just wanted to make sure that the other part was clear, so that we're not creating a lot of goals and yet we are highlighting the things that are important as well.
All right, thank you. On that note, we're going to go ahead and I'll take vote, and we'll do it by dissent this time. Is there anyone opposed to approving this second reading version of 0150? Anyone opposed to approving this second version of 0150? Okay, this is passed as presented, and we'll move on to 0300. On this one, Mike, if you scroll, when you get it up, scroll down to bottom of page 18. That sort of shows a summary of the changes that were made. And again, you'll see the summary of the policy in the overview section, which could at some point, if we choose to separate this into policy and procedure, would help us to do that, because it provides a more it's intended to provide a more consumable overview. The findings are updated. There was a lot of discussion at our workshop about making the findings less esoteric. We took one try at that in first reading, took a second try at that using some of the suggestions from the workshop to anchor things in this to make the findings a lot more tangible and a lot better at making that through line that helps us understand if we invest in these programs and these strategies and we roll them out in this way, these are the results we get. What does that mean for the next steps for us? We have the acknowledgement that all data is not systematic data, whether it's qualitative or quantitative. Sometimes this illustrative data, and it's really, really important to make space for those illustrations and examples that help people consume and understand what the data is telling us. So called that out in a couple different places to make that clear that it is desirable. Not only is it allowed, it's desirable and expected to be part of the stories. Timing for progress updates, people were comfortable with what we had proposed, but it was written in a funky way, so clarified that. There was a request that the rationale section use bullets instead of being organized by paragraph, so that was done. The other reports, because it seemed like an interruption in the whole thing, got moved to the bottom. And someone asked if there would be an option to update this again during the year. Yes, that's built into the GoalCom. And no changes, big changes were made to the SIP, not the SIP reports, but the internal school visit reports. The SIP reports have some clear pieces, and those are left as is. But for the school visit reports, I think these comments are, I might have mistyped. Those are informal, they're not formal, and those are the places for the board to get deeply contextual. So we didn't want to start being prescriptive and generic about how those were organized. So we wanted to make those more informal, and then visit to visit, we can always make a particular request, or year to year, we can do that. So that's what was done. And I think we'll just go through section by section and take questions. So Mike, if you scroll up to bottom of page 1, we'll just start. Is there anything in the updated summary section that goes bottom of page 1, top of page 2 that folks have questions or concerns about? Okay, so then we'll scroll down to the regular progress monitoring updates. This really was a, the first thing on page 2 is just neatening up the text. There's no change at all in the content there. And then I think we'll just scroll down to page 3. So on page 3, there are various edits, and I won't try to name them all. Are there any comments or questions on the page 3 edits? Okay, then we'll scroll down to the section on the rationale. This is basically the improvement of the bullets and a couple of clarifying additions. Any questions about that on page 6? Okay. And we'll go ahead to one of the most substantive changes that got made, and that's at the bottom of page 7. This is anchoring our findings and reflections around next steps, and also making sure that the feedback, the nature of the feedback is included. So the first set of bullets that you see here is about making sure we include the right set of data. So that includes that example type data and other pieces like contextual details that are quite relevant and important. And then if you scroll to the bottom page 7 and top of page 8, this is where we simplified the questions and really drove them around, so what? So if we know all this, we have this data, if we looked at this, so what? Any questions or suggestions that people want to dig into there? Okay, and then we deleted the old stuff, so there's lots of stuff crossed out. I think that might be the extent of the substantive changes that were made. Oh, there were, under the additional reports section starting on page 16 that we moved down there, there were titles added to the section. So those are all in yellow, but the text wasn't appreciably changed in any way. And that's it. Are there further questions and discussion about the plan? And if the board members don't have questions, I'll ask if the superintendent wants to make any comments. Ivan, do you want to chime in on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to. Yeah, I would just say that I've had some good conversations with Christine about this, and I think that as we work through it and get this implemented this next year, I think we're going to have just the time and space to be able to get really clear on what the quality of the reports look like, because I think our end goals, we ultimately want to have really quality reports also. I think we had a little concern as we looked at the different questions that are there, but I feel like as long as we're able to have these conversations and work through this so that we get to that quality report, that's ultimately what I think we all want to have. I do think we'll probably have to have also deeper conversation, think about what's going to be the right format for some of these reports, because I'm not sure if it's going to be done through PowerPoints as we did previously, or if it's actually better to do a actual written report for this. So I think those are conversations we'll have to have as we get started with this. But I think being able to have those opportunities to, if you will, field test, try them out. So here's what we think, here's why we think it's there, and then keep refining that. So make sure that is really codified in the policy as we work through this.
And thank you. And yeah, definitely this is going to take some iterating. Francine, one of the things that you had asked about in the last one is a procedure. This one does require some level of procedural detail. from the district on a few of these things. So probably that report template and a few other things may end up in that space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so thank you for that. Can I just say that, first of all, I want to thank Christine, because the amount of work in really doing both of these policies is tremendous. And I know it's also with the goal committee, but overall, I know you take on the lion's share of this. And so thank you for doing all that you're doing, and that it's been a real iterative process, and recognizing that we are really trying to move the reports. Now we move them to have a lot of quantitative focus, but now adding in more of the really analyzing the implementation and how effective the strategies are, and then bringing back in rich qualitative data so that it's a comprehensive report. And then I do like here how there is the so what piece, right? So how are we assessing the impact of it? And then I'm just wondering, because we do have currently in it under next steps, it's on page 10, it talks about additional resources, but we are in an era of just really what would the change in resources be going forward. So it may not always be additional resources. It may be that the program isn't working and we're not going to continue it, or there's something else that's more effective and we'll be doing that. So I'm wondering if we need to write change in resources to just make that clear. We're not always adding. Sometimes we step away from the things that aren't working and aren't effective for our students because we've done the analysis and looked at it and found that we need to do something else. So I just want to make sure that that last piece, especially since it's going to be so important in the coming year as we really dive deep into our budget, that we've got the so what, we've got the implementation, the implications of what we're doing, and then that means what for the next steps.
So I love that suggestion. I think I would actually propose that we make it twice. So instead of additional resources, we just put changes in resources. And then instead of additional data collection, we put changes in data collection, because this whole part is about changes. It's not always about adding more work, adding more resources, adding more anything. Sometimes it's about changes and adjustments, or even letting go of some things. So Francine, I'm going to take that, but let me check back with Goalcom and make sure that that reflects what Seema and Eileen would feel comfortable with as well. Seema and Eileen, any thoughts on making this additional, the two additionals in bullets 1 and 3, changing that to say changes in?
I'm fine with that.
Eileen, what do you think?
In 1 and 3, changes in, so, oh,
Change
just adding,
resources,
like the
changes
changes
in
in
data.
strategies, changes in additional resources.
No, not forget additional. It'd just be changes in resources, changes in data collection. That allows us the freedom to not think, like Francine said, not just of adding something, but taking something away and like removing something or fixing it.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Thanks, Francine. That's a great point. So when I make the motion on this, we'll add that change in. Any other changes or questions from board members?
I just want to say it was a lot of work by Eileen and Jen, but particularly Christine. So I just have to echo, this was, when you say passion, you're not kidding. Like she was almost obsessed with 01550 and 0300, but I think it was really time well spent, but a lot of time.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for the work on this. I do believe that this is a place that really helps us converge on the balanced governance. And it really, when you say setting shared expectations, there is nowhere to better do that than when you set out the goals for an organization and make sure that the goals that are set out for that organization are things that are meaningful to people at every single level of the organization, so that the mails that we got tonight are really saying things like, hey, school board, or hey, superintendent, how are you helping us with these issues? And so when we get our goals aligned, and we all have a role to play in supporting the district and executing and planning and so forth. So this is important to me. So thank you, everybody, for the work on it and for your flexibility and willingness to iterate again. I'm going to motion that we approve 0300 as presented with the additional modifications of under next steps first bullet, the first and third sub bullets, the word additional will be replaced by changes in.
I second.
Thank you.
I second.
Thanks. And any further questions or comments? Okay, then all those opposed to approving this as presented? Anyone opposed to approving this as presented? All right, thank you. That is done. We have updated our policies. That is exciting. All right, and we are behind on our agenda. So let's jump into, we have this agenda planning space, which we don't usually spend a lot of time talking about, but I will take a moment to just stop here at item 6 for a moment and let you know that Francine has really jumped into helping us with 2 categories of things. One is the school visit piece that we're going to get to next, but the other is in taking a look at how we take our board governance calendar and take each of our goals and sort of spread it out for progress monitoring discussions, and how do we do that so that we can facilitate higher quality discussions and opportunities to have exchanges about what's happening with those things. So that means that we don't have our board governance calendar completed yet, but we hope to bring it to you for the year. We hope to bring it to you, a proposal at the next meeting. So if you have any inputs or questions about that, now's the time to ask, or if you have anything that you know you want to talk about at our next meeting. Our next meeting, the most exciting things about it, in addition to hearing about how school kicked off, will be the equity and accountability report update, and then trying to figure out how that and our back to school plan and our annual plan come together to create a solid annual plan. That'll be our big discussion space, plus a few other items. Any thoughts, questions, inputs on that? Okay, so then that takes us to the school visits, and we're still working out the details. We don't even have the technology completely sorted out yet for how we're gonna enable having these visits, virtual visits with parents, students, and staff at the schools. But we'd like to get the board's approval to go ahead with the first visit at Newport High School on, Jen, can you remind me of the date? Oh, it's right here, sorry, September 29th. We don't want the board to approve the whole calendar at this point. We want to do a kind of a dry run or a sample run with that first visit and see how it goes, because we've not done a remote visit before. Board, can you give some feedback about whether or not that sounds like a good plan to pursue, and then we'll approve the rest of the plan for the year once we get some data here on how it works out?
That sounds reasonable. I assume it's something kind of like a live Teams meeting and we would have people invited. Okay.
Yeah, it'll have to be live because we want to broadcast it, but we also want to make sure the conversations happen. So it's trickier when everyone doesn't have a BSD account. So our parents don't necessarily have that, and we want to make it accessible not only to those who are so technology mastered that they know how to get in, but we want to make sure everyone can get in. Any other feedback on that? Carolyn, Erica?
Yeah, sounds good. Good luck.
Yeah, many thanks already to the technology team, because we're going to need their help.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see how this goes.
And also many thanks to Principal Yehudi for being willing to be the first one to try this out. I think that we were told she was okay with it. So
do we put a time in there? It says AM.
Not yet.
I guess whenever it starts. Okay.
That's going to be based on collaboration with the principals, the building leaders, and so forth, and with the technology folks, and we'll figure it out.
So it might be based on school start time, the way it used to always be. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, well, hopefully it will be, but I don't know now that with everything what changes. All right. Francine, anything you want to add to the visits? Any information you want to get from board input on how we're going to do this?
If people have suggestions, let us know, but I think be working with Newport to put together something, and then we'll iterate from there. But I'm pretty excited to give our community an opportunity to chime in and let us know how it's going at Newport, in general, but also it gives us some insight into how the virtual learning is going.
Okay, I wasn't planning to take a vote on this. I don't think there's anything required. So the deal is that on the 29th of September, we'll try the first one out. If you have feedback, meanwhile, you can send it to Jen and Eileen, and we can apply that and bring it back to the board meeting and talk about any decisions that would come from it. Okay, that takes us then, we did public comment. We're down to board business. There's status reports for the school year, and seeing it's 7:11, and we also have an executive session to hold. I don't know how much time we want to invest in this section and where people would like to spend the majority of our discussion time. Under committee updates, we're not going to spend 40 minutes. So I wonder if the most productive place for us to spend time is 9:2, and where each committee can kind of walk us through their plan and get some input. But I'd like board feedback on where you'd like to spend your time in section 9 here. So maybe we can spend like 15 or 20 minutes in this section and then move forward.
Sorry, I'm looking up, I'm having a hard time seeing, but I'll go check, but I'm not sure if that includes liaison updates or not, but I would like to.
Liaison updates are number 10. We'll get to that after.
Yeah, yep. I need to look at it.
Yeah, and I don't know that we need to I don't know that we have to formally accept the status reports. So if we do need to formally accept them, I will ask Jen to include them and a motion to accept them in the next consent agenda. And if anyone has something to call out, we can pull it out of the consent agenda. Does that work? Okay. Yes. So committee plans, would folks like to get a glimpse of those tonight? I think we don't have much time to put them off into. It's just going to get busier as can be.
Sure.
Okay. So why don't we start with Saif? Yours is listed here first. Are you game to walk us through?
Sure.
All right. Let's estimate. Let's try to keep this to under 5 for each committee as we can.
Sure. Well, basically for SIPE, the thing that will be coming forward to the rest of the board, but we can just ask you now for input, is the next community forum. And so in our plan, we said that it will be virtual. We actually decided that a long time ago, even before we knew what the exact status would be, because we wanted to make sure that everyone would have access as much as possible. Certainly as a district, we're working on trying to have people be comfortable using the technology. So similar to the way some of the family forums were held by the district, we'll try to collect some of the feedback ahead of time and then compile the questions, read them, address as we can, and then also we think we'll try to collect feedback in real time, and we may not be able to address them in real time, but we know some people are just more comfortable submitting something anonymously at the time. That's when they are attuned and are able to do that. So we're trying to balance a variety of things there. And then if you have a specific topic of interest, let us know. There's a couple that are percolating, but we'd love to hear additional feedback. And then with the rest of that, we've had some discussions on some of the other areas that are in this committee around communications, curriculum, and family engagement. But we do have a lot of policies that fall under this committee in the 2000 and 3000 series. So we'll be doing a lot in the backlog and then just trying to make some progress on some of the other policies that have been identified. So that we're looking at them with an equity lens, providing relevant updates, and being responsive to our community and the needs of the district. Any questions? Okay.
I think I do have a question about, I know you tried to explain it, but I'm still trying to process it. Mm-hmm. The goal number letter B, what we had a plan last year, and I didn't execute on it, which was we were going to use the curriculum policy update as part of our board development work with Tom. I don't know if we want to try to do that this year, or if you guys want to take that back as a piece for the committee. But I'm not sure exactly what B means, because we don't want to create new systems of feedback and stuff with the district. But what?
Right. So
this
has been in the, I guess, the original charge of the committee since I inherited it. And then last year there was this idea of using that policy 2020 to have a look at more in the curriculum. So we can revisit whether that happens in another development workshop. I think just having the lines of communication open, because there's so much going on, especially with the virtual and the hybrid and just remote learning in general and how that impacts the curriculum. I think that committee meetings serve as an opportunity for staff to provide some updates and have some level of feedback from board directors. And then at that point, if we identify something that appears to need a full report at a sooner date than might be anticipated to the rest of the board, or that begins to inform how goals might be adjusted in a future annual plan, for example, then we've had that chance and that space to have that discussion. So I think overall, with those three areas, communication, curriculum, and family engagement that have been charged to this committee, that's the general approach and strategy, is that it's just an opportunity to have those discussions outside of the full board meeting, but when they rise to the level we need it, then we're prepared and can make that transition.
Okay, I'm just going to state that I would ask you guys to think about that a little more clearly from a governance perspective and try to crisp up B, because I think serving as a liaison there's so much overlap with the operational side of things that I think it's really important to give this a governance and oversight clarity, so that the expectations are clear and shared, and this doesn't become a point of confusion or add to the mix of, like, we already have goals around curriculum and we're monitoring those, and so what additional monitoring is done with the adoptions, and is it a policy update? Is it not a policy update? So I think I get that you want it to be fluid because there are so many different things going on. I just wonder if you guys could get a little more crisp to make sure it's in the clear expectations and territory of governance and oversight. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely makes sense. I'll just reiterate that this is the charge that was given to the committee up front, and it's the same one that I've had since I've come on, and I've continued to try to get it to what you're talking about, but it's also was never charged in a way that was clear. So if it was not the intention to have it as part of the committee, then we could consider removing it. But the way it's charged and was given to us, this is how we've been trying to do it. And then without having that further discussion in a board development workshop, this is where we're still at. So we'll continue to work on it, but I just want to say that that's how it's been presented. And so it's
that sounds like a 1240p error, and you guys are doing your best to work with it. So I appreciate that. If you have suggestions, please throw them at the governance committee. I'm not sure we have 1240p on our docket for this year, but we can add it if we need to. If it becomes something that is getting in the way, we'll fix it. Thank you.
I kind of wanted to chime in on B because I think it's the most interesting thing, and I also think that Francine's right. This is the way it had been, but I wonder, like, to clarify it. I think as I'm looking at it now, I'm seeing that it seems to be like almost like a timing thing in terms of what the board's role on a vision type level is. So by November 30th, the report about the curriculum and all that, that's going to be like super interesting. But that's a report like of what has happened, so that'll just be informative. But the stuff up in the prior part of B about supporting the upcoming curriculum, it's like there's different time frames, right? There's supporting, which is before or during, and reporting, which is kind of like after the fact, because we're not going to be able to do much supporting for curriculum changes for hybrid, because that has to happen before we can even really know what it is. I mean, other than saying, yes, please go do what you think you need to do. I mean, that's not something we're going to be involved with. So I think there's like a timing thing that's making me not quite clear.
It is a challenge, but we'll continue to work on it. So we'll talk with staff.
Well, I think it'll be
how we
fun and interesting for you. Well, I think so. Yeah.
Thanks. It looks like a really important space too as we unroll equity more deeply into the district. So that's exciting too. So thank you. All right. So I think what we'll do on these plans is folks can make any updates to them, and we'll just approve them. We'll either put them in the consent agenda for the next board meeting, or we'll put them in the first October board meeting, depending on what the agendas look like. So if anyone has a particular idea, please speak up. Otherwise, let's go on to FinOps.
Okay. Yeah, well, I feel like we've been over this before. We have been over it before. We're working on our various policies, which is the part B of this. We're trying to create a plan for how to prioritize policies, but what I think is new and interesting is this. And of course, we continue to always do our audit work, because that's a necessary thing. And the auditors do most of the work. But what I think was really interesting is kind of trying to educate ourselves and the rest of the board a little more on the budget. And then you can see on these work items that, and it's gonna take some time to understanding the F-195 more and being able to explain to the rest of the board how to understand the F-195 more, and then some kind of work around academic return on investment. I think these are new things we haven't really attempted before. So what else should I say about this? Hello?
Any questions that board members have for Carolyn? So she's asking if we wanted to say more details. I really appreciate the work you're doing to make the budget more transparent to the board. I mean, not because any of the district has ever not been transparent, but just because it's a very complex deep space of knowledge. And I think that we have some pretty distinguished experts in our district at understanding it. And I'm not sure that our board definitely doesn't have the same level of expertise and knowledge. So really helping unpack that for the board is fantastic. I appreciate that.
So basically, yeah, we've been looking at the reports, and we've been, I've been very pleased that the auditors always say everything is, good, pretty much. But beyond that, I'd just like to understand it on a deeper level.
Great, I appreciate that. And then the other thing, my question I have is on A. I don't know if any other board members have questions, but I'm wondering what role will the committee play in supporting? I know that the district is planning. We've got a budget issue coming up, and I'm just wondering, are you guys figuring out how everyone fits into that? And I assume you're playing the role that it says here in this paragraph.
I think because this is happening, we're going to have to meet with Melissa over this and see, what, and collaborate, because I can only remember how it was. You were here during the last big budget shortfall, but I think some of the, I'm not even sure Melissa was here during that, where they printed up a big list of things that could be cut on green pieces of paper and handed them out to anyone who would show up at the big packs at the high schools, and collected all this input. And so we're going to have to think about how that would even be. And I don't think we're there.
Yeah, that predates all of us on the board. There's not a single board member, a superintendent, or Melissa who was in place when that happened. But the nice thing about that process was that when we had budget shortfall, the community was part of making the decisions, the hard decisions. So yeah, just figuring out how the board can support that process is terrific. So
yeah, I was there as a parent, but that's not an insider's view.
Any other questions from the board on this plan? All right, thanks for putting that together. And then I don't see the audits on here. Are the audits kind of folded into?
They should be in here. I thought I just saw it. Oh, I'm not able to scroll them.
Oh no, I see it. Sorry. I
there.
lied. It's the bottom of A. It's the bottom of A.
Yep.
Thanks. Okay, great. All right, thank you. Seema, do you want to walk us through GoalCom? This one.
Yeah, I can certainly. Yeah. No worries. So I'm going to take a crack at it. I'm not turning on my video because I'm shaky every time I do. So I'm not. It starts to lose connection. So I think at a high level, and I'm going to keep it high level. Rather than read this, I think I'll just say that on the legislative piece, I think the meta goal is, pretty clear that we want to ensure we can get the resources we need to ensure that we can meet our annual goals. But I think the how is what's more, maybe, I think it's more valuable here at this time. In terms of what we're hoping to do is to ensure, and we're doing this through monthly meetings with our legislative reps, which I think have become really valuable both ways. We're trying to ensure that they know what our needs are, what our concerns are, as well as what our perceptions or views are on proposed legislation. So it's been a pretty positive two-way exchange, meaning BSD, it's been Christine, it's been me, Dr. Duran, Eileen, lobbyists, and many of our state reps and sometimes their staff. So that's been a good exchange. But then our further goals, I think, are going to be important because we had started that maybe a year and a half or so ago. But we are going to be more intentional about ensuring that anything that we can kind of think of or articulate, that so can maybe our community members. So we have to think of probably how we can ensure that we understand it, and then we have a way to ensure that our community does, and that might require partnership and leveraging of our communications group. Then additionally, I think the ask that I think Francine had flagged is that all board directors should know what's going on. And so we have some strategies that are outlined in terms of having monthly updates and advocacy points and ways that we can essentially share like key talking points so that all 5 of us can know what's going on, because this is something where there's an accountability by each of us back to our community. And we're likely to be asked, and we likely could have an opportunity to positively impact it. I think on oversight, Christine, you might want to jump in here, but the policies that are key that Christine really went through nicely tonight, 0150 and 0300 are really essential. I think that some of the thing that I think struck me as we were talking about this was just that not only updating, our governance policies to ensure that they're reflective of what we're learning as we're iterating through different annual plans, but also ensuring that our policies have a way to ensure that where there are flaws, we have ways to redress them. Christine, you might have a better way to phrase that, but that's kind of my high level way of thinking about that. And then I think in terms of governance, ensuring also that, as we, work through when we apply our policies, where we see that they're not maybe meeting the needs of our current needs, we're changing them and understanding maybe what needs to be adapted or what tools need to be created. So it's kind of how do these 3 components, governance, oversight, and legislation, governance, oversight, and legislation, how do they all work and inure to the benefit of our district, and maybe just having a more intentional and focused approach. Much of this, I think we are doing already, but I think some of the key, maybe net new things are just a little more clarity around the cadence with our legislators, a little more clarity around how we can ensure everybody plugs in. So I will pause there because Christine probably has something she may want to add or supplement or not.
Excellent. No, that was excellent. The only thing I'm going to throw in is to put some force some reinforcement behind what you said about making sure somewhere that I don't think we executed as well on last year that we needed to as a committee is making sure that all the board members have what they need. So if you scroll up to, I think it's on page 3 at the top, we have this goal about all board directors being informed. We had a similar goal last year. We gave ourselves a yellow. You can see it in our report. The difference in this report and the reason we tried a new format is we got some feedback when we were doing the equity and accountability policy work, and so I carried it to the governance committee that in addition to us wanting to see the district strategies associated with their goal, everyone should have access to see our strategies associated with the goal. And found it very helpful because we added a piece in here that we're going to actually try to have minimum monthly updates on advocacy points available to all board members. So hopefully starting in September, which it now is, we'll be providing those, and we'll see if we can improve on executing here, because I would like to call out that every one of our board members has been involved in advocacy, whether they are advocating. Francine is serving on a committee that's working on technology access. Seem is on this ledge committee and she's our ledge rep. Erica is working with our community reps in our collective impact organization and really outreaching to them and advocating for us. And Carolyn is outreaching in all of her liaisonships. She's extremely connected to the community and is really advocating for the work and for things to get connected. And we all need this information. So we're going to try. So that one I just wanted to call out because I know that the board was a little disappointed last year in our execution there. So we'll try, but give us feedback if it's missing. Don't be shy. Any other questions or comments? All right, so that takes us to equity. And I didn't talk to Carolyn ahead of time. Carolyn, do you want to go through this or do you want me to? Either way is totally fine. All right, I'm going to jump in then and just kind of give a quick overview, and then Carolyn can supplement. We only have 4 goals on this committee, but they're all pretty substantial.
Sorry,
I
thought I was talking and I wasn't. I was going to say, yeah, maybe it could be you, and I just wanted to sort of make the excuse that I've spent all day trying to help my dad celebrate his 90th birthday. So yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, actually. Cool. All right. Yeah, no trouble. So then let's jump in. So 4 goals. One is we want to get that critical criteria update executed. We want to make them simpler, more impactful, better integrated so they're working. That has already been initiated. Melanie's done a huge amount of work. We should at this point have some feedback that the district is able to provide from trying that out. We as a board have tried it out, so we'll work on that. The timeline isn't spelled out yet. Sorry, we'll get that in here. I think we have a C's meeting next week. The engagement, we want to see about how to get more outreach with affinity groups and better report back to the board, and also potentially like finding a way to share that liaisonship, because I find the more I talk to folks, whether it's students or parents or whatever from any community, the more I learn about how things work and how they don't work as well. So that we're working on. Accountability, we want to streamline the planning and reporting process for equity. So we've done a little step of that was done by Goalcom in 0150 and 300, but we'll keep working on the equity and accountability policy and getting the procedure there, working with the district to make that as closely aligned to the annual reporting as possible, but not to abandon the chance to have an equity focused look across the district. Like the reason that was separate and not just woven in is because all too often when we just assume it's woven in, equity gets lost in the sheer volume of everything that's going on. So we do want to weave it in, and you'll see a lot of the success that we're having in terms of getting it in the fabric of the district next week with the report. But we also don't want to eliminate this look, because this look is really important. And then finally, a district plan to support staff professional development. There's been a lot of development there. I would like to call out the family engagement and team and equity specialists who together have been working really, really hard to develop an in-house training about that helps increase awareness of the issues connected to racial equity and other forms of equity that are important to our students and families and staff. And they pulled that off at the Leadership Institute this year, and now we need to build on that and finish, because we didn't execute last year on getting the RFP, the request for proposal, to come in and find somebody that can make sure that we're training all of our folks and integrating that in with the instructional and other training. So we've got a major traction there. Now we need to kind of get it all the way through. So that's an update on that. Questions? I'm sorry, there's no timeline. This was in my workload. Carolyn did not drop this, I dropped it, but we will fill it in with the committee when we meet. Questions or feedback? Okay, Carolyn, do you want to clarify anything, or does that sum it up?
Oh, I think that's about right. I was just going to say I'm looking forward to more outreach with affinity groups. It's always good when there's parts of the work that you really enjoy.
Yes. Actually, maybe that'll come up in superintendent notes tonight or something, but I know that the district is exploring some ways to really not just look at formal meetings, but to have better feedback loops and exciting pieces with how we learn from members in our community on a regular basis. So I don't know if that's all fleshed out, but I know that there's lots of exciting stuff being considered there. So hopefully we'll learn more about that too. All right, so these are our plans. I just ask that folks, if they want to get those updated, get those to Jen in the next 2 weeks, so that if we need to get those passed at the September meeting, we'll go ahead and do that. And if you need to get them passed at the first October meeting, I think that still fits within our extended goal timeline for COVID. So thank you for that. The Legislative General Assembly is coming up. We're going to go on to 9.3. Seema, do you have any questions you want to ask of the board on getting feedback on the various positions that WASDA has put out, or you have all the information about our backgrounds and positions? Any questions you want to have at this time?
I don't think my apologies. I'm not prepared to do that right now. So
that's okay. There's time. There's time in the next meeting to get it as well. Okay. I just want to give you a chance tonight as well. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I don't think I'm prepared to do anything in any kind of logical way. So I probably will do that next time.
That's my fault. I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up. Thank you. All right, so we'll have time on the agenda next time. If anyone wants to look at the WASDA positions, Jen has put in here a link to the handbook proposals. I think they listed us incorrectly as having submitted some proposals that we didn't submit. And I think they actually missed us on proposals we did submit. I did send them feedback, but I don't know that they're going to fix it. So
I have something I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might just know the answer to, and if you don't worry, but or worry a little. I don't know. But the WASDA legislative proposals. Just skimming through that list, I couldn't tell real quick. Are they doing anything COVID specific? Because a lot of what I just saw were like things that would have been on their plate from before. And I know how these things work. Sometimes there were deadlines you wouldn't have necessarily known.
We submitted some COVID specific type things, but we genericized them a little bit to be about like not just the COVID pandemic. There's a group that also submitted some things about technology access that's COVID specific, and I don't know if there was something being brought up for transportation. I know it had been discussed, but I don't know if it got any traction. So I think there are a few things, but I don't know.
Well, my specific concern is I've been following, there's a nationwide push on some level for the super rapid testing that might help us open schools. And I'm just wondering, are we thinking about that, or is there any way to think about that?
We can ask that question at the WASDA update call on Thursday and or I mean, we can also just send it to the WASDA folks and see if anything's going on in that realm, because I think that's great. We just had a conversation today with our legislators that talked about testing, and Francine and I met with King County Public Health on Friday, also talking about testing, so you couldn't be more relevant.
So what I understand is testing is the one thing that could really make this a safer thing, and we don't talk about it on K-12. They're talking about it on college levels, and why are we not? Well, I mean, it's not something we could do as a district ourselves, but it's something maybe we should be talking about. Okay, that's.
Yep. Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. That's perfect. So we'll follow up on that. I'll be on the call on Thursday, so I'll just see if we can get a question in about that and see where that's at. I think at this point we're ready to go to updates. So we start with the superintendent and then go ahead and ask for the directors to give their liaison updates tonight, if that would work.
Sure, I can just do a couple. I know we're on time, so just first and foremost, I think, again, we got excited to start the new year, but we do are doing a real big launch around our hashtag BSD First Day banner on our homepage, and really asking people to send in some of their images and pieces that they're doing out there. As we mentioned before, this is going to be such a unique time to start our school year, so part of our protocols that we have in place is not to have a lot of visitations, so we're not going out, to do too many visits. I do plan on visiting a few of the sites that are open, but we're still just trying to be really cautious in that area, but look forward to going out and seeing what everybody's doing that first day. We already talked about the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, and their announcement to change, which was a huge, huge win for our families and students. And, relating to the transportation goal that was talked about earlier, we'll be looking at what we can do to further utilize our transportation team to help us and our nutrition team and getting the meals distributed and adding different locations. We will be posting a guide for families tomorrow that has just more information about supporting student success as we begin the school year. And then the last announcement I'll say that relates to what you were talking about, Christine, with the equity, is that we will be launching again our equity advisory group, and so we're doing a little bit of recruitment for a couple people that stepped away. We've been talking a lot about what the work's going to be, so really looking forward to coming together. Our equity specialist will be coming to our first meeting to share a little bit more around some of the pieces that we've been talking around being resilient and racially conscious leaders and making connections to how that work is being utilized in our school buildings. We do want to definitely do a lot more stakeholder engagement, especially with some of our affinity groups, including students, and making sure that our students have a really clear understanding of what's expected in our schools and what they should see. So I'm really looking forward for some of that work to come together. But thank you all for all the work you're all doing also. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with our board directors. I think, Seema, you had said you have a liaison update that you're ready with.
Sure. So I think maybe I'll do BSF next time, but this time let me focus on Jubilee Reach. And I'm going to start by telling you what they need. And in the interest of time, I'll maybe speak more quickly about all the great things they're doing. But what they need, just so everybody knows, is they need financial support. They are doing more than they have, frankly, budget for. And you'll hear in a minute, really some pretty fantastic work they're doing across multiple levels. But, if someone says, how can I help the school district? You should direct them to Jubilee Reach. You can also tell them that there's other ways that they can help. They need people who would do grocery shopping. So if I think people can actually do the grocery shopping and or provide as like a gift in kind, like take a list of non-perishable groceries and an essential item like toothpaste, and you basically go do a grocery shopping run. And if you're interested, you want to make sure you send people to info@jubileereach.org. So in terms of the kinds of things they're doing, they've just done a tremendous amount of work across, serving along with our staff at 5 of the elementary schools, all of the middle schools, and Sammamish High School. They've been providing a lot of social emotional support, and they're doing it by doing virtual clubs and activities and just being around during class time. in small groups and one-to-one sessions that have occurred. They're also launching plans for basically just being creative through like virtual cooking clubs and chess clubs and lunch buddy sessions, and just ways that people can essentially, they can cultivate the sense of belonging that we know is so critical. So they've had a lot of positive things to say about district leadership and building administration, counselors, teachers, and the FCCs, and have just called out how great that partnership has been. I think there have been two big initiatives in the community that you want to maybe talk about if you're telling other people, like, why is Jubilee Reach fantastic? Basically, as you probably know, you've heard from me about sort of just the housing crisis and sort of shortage in our community. That persists, so does hunger, and it just keeps getting bigger and more protracted. And so they've extended what was initially, I think, a Band-Aid for groceries for families, and which was, initiative they thought maybe 6 months, and they're going to continue it or try to into the school year. They're currently serving 500 families, whole families, with groceries and essentials, and they expect that that's going to increase as more, folks find need. They're also increasing their community care support in the calendar year. So they're giving essentially financial support to BSD families to help pay rent and utilities. So just that, the kind of housing urgency and food urgency is great. They just added on their groceries for family program that I talked about, having need for somebody to do groceries. They just added another 100 families to their groceries for families program. So that's the update. There's a lot of need. There's also a lot of, love. So it's great to have that partnership, but they really are needing support from the community.
Thanks, Seema. That's helpful, and that's amazing. We're so lucky to have Jubilee Reach and other organizations like that here. Carolyn, did you want to give a liaison update?
Sure. So my liaisonship is with the Bellevue PTA State Council and the PTAs in general. And first thing I wanted to say is that I hope that everyone within earshot will join a PTA. And, obviously you join the one at your kid's local school, but if you don't have a kid's local school or you feel like joining an extra one, special needs is a great one to join. And then on top of that, I wanted to say a number of the schools or the different PTAs are doing what they can to really make people feel part of a community, come back to school, that sort of thing. So I'm aware of, like, some of the elementary schools have the big signs out on the yards that the PTAs put up that are just big, colorful welcome back signs, and you can go take your photo in front of that. And then, like, for example, Bennett has got that was Phantom Lake started that, and I think a bunch of other schools. And Bennett has got like a drive-through event that I think is intriguing, where you drive through and they'll give you a mask that has the Bennett Bulldogs on it. So that's a PTA sponsored kind of like a spirit event. And then also this time of year for PTA is the time when they seriously do their training. And so I've gotten to participate in a couple of roundtables where I've met the sort of new presidents for different PTAs across the districts, and they get to ask like different questions of more experienced presidents, and they'll have one for membership or treasurer and so forth. Also, Region 2, our PTA Region 2 area is doing a whole bunch of training at their back to school conference, and very importantly from the district's perspective, is the PTA and the law training that's coming up that actually teaches volunteers how to run a nonprofit corporation and stay on the legally good side of things. So that's what's going on. It's membership time, it's training time, and it's back to school spirit time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Carolyn. I appreciate the update and appreciate what our PTSA is doing for the community. Francine, do you want to give us an update?
Sure. So yeah, thanks. I just want to echo, it's really nice to hear what the organizations are doing in our community and how much support there is. And we really do are hearing about a lot of need that's in our community secondary to the pandemic, how much that's increasing, and that organizations are stepping up and really helping our families means a lot, because we know that those essential needs need to be met so that our kids really can thrive and learn with everything else that we're providing them. So I'm a liaison to YouthLink, and they're starting up again. They'd really been pretty much on hiatus during the spring, but now we'll be meeting virtually. I had met informally with students just to have an opportunity to talk with them about what they were doing in the spring, but now they'll be back formal. There's a new group of students as well as some returning ones, and that's going to be starting on Saturday, and they will be having some open houses as well. So I think they're really looking to do as much outreach as they can as well during this time. And then Christine, I'm not sure you're going to talk about it, but just to let the rest of the board know that Christine and I continue to meet with several other directors from nearby districts, both as a group and then with public health, and trying to work on a lot of the issues that I think were brought up tangentially here about testing and other things that are important for the opening of our schools, and trying to mitigate risk and make sure that our students and educators will have what they need when we do go back in person. And so I just want to emphasize that I think as much as we talked about our return to school planning, now that making sure that as we really listen to what students need, what the educators who support our students need. Some of that's going to be in-person services and how we get there and provide that as robustly and as soon as possible, so that they will continue to make progress and feel supported and feel that sense of belonging. Anything that we can do, taking a page out of the things that Seema said that Jubilee Reach is doing. I know we heard that some of the things the district will be doing, but just continuing to really be attuned to what's working in our community and how we can support our students, I think will be really important. I do believe that we can make a system that's even more aligned to our mission and vision, and I just want to emphasize that that I think I'm glad we're going to be responsive, because I do think that we have a ways to go, and there's going to be so many ways that we can be responsive and improve the experience. Thanks.
Thanks, Francine. And then I think Erica, do you have any updates?
Yeah, so as I've mentioned before, Eastside Pathways has been doing virtual meetings with remote breakout sessions, and the collaborative action networks established for the remainder of the year are through those breakout sessions, and I have been participating in the remote learning session. And I just want to, so the task that the group has been given is, a small focus of work, and that's like a very detailed and in-depth focus. But what I really want to say is the real level of contribution from BSD staff in that group. In particular, Benjamin Roldan has really been a leader in there, and the level of contribution from BSD staff in moving that work forward, in particular with the tools that BSD has available, including the live translate option for talks and for seminars, has really been invaluable. So I really want to thank everyone that is participating in those meetings, not just in the remote learning, but like in the other collaborative action networks as well, because it's really critical to the success of these operations. So thank you to everyone who is doing that.
Sorry, I've gotten slow with the mute button. Thank you, Erica. All right, so as you can hear, a lot of folks doing good things in this community, and that's almost what you come to expect, but you never stop appreciating it. It's part of what makes us such a strong community and a strong district to be part of. So we are gonna finish up here. My liaisonship is with the Special Needs PTSA, and I haven't updated with them. I was hoping to do it once we were back to school and get an update on where they're at and what they have to share. So I'll do that next time. And there's one program I want to call out. Most of the outreach work that I've been part of has been mentioned, but one thing that is out there, we've talked about food insecurity, And there is a program in Washington that is called the Pandemic EBT, and this is a place for kids in Washington who get free or reduced price school meals. They can actually also, while school is closed, get a monthly stipend for their families to be able to buy food so that there's food in the house, and that takes one stress it reduces for those kids, because we know that if you're hungry, it's very hard to focus and learn. So we're doing our best with lunches, but in addition to that, there is another resource, and this resource closes on the 11th of September at 5 p.m. So I'm just saying it out loud here because I know there's lots of folks who listen who have access, and I know our district is aware of this, but let's take advantage of all the great resources that are out there, because we can use every single one of them, and our families can too. So yeah, grateful to have a community and a lot of folks who are paying attention. Our legislators are engaging with us regularly. Our King County folks, I think they had a meeting tonight, and they had a budget where they were trying to increase spending for testing. And also they were going to, there was some money in the budget. I hope it passed. I don't know if it did, but there was money in that budget to make sure that the county health department had liaisons for schools, so that if we have outbreak issues, we have a direct contact and the means to take care of that. So a lot of good things happening there. We'll see what comes of it. But again, it's the whole community at state, local, county, and community partner levels, and in our district staff and families. So keep going together. And I want to wish everyone a fabulous, fabulous first day of school, whether you're starting on Thursday or you're starting next week as a kindergartner. We are going to go into executive session right now. I will read whatever I'm supposed to read there for that. But when we come back, there will not be additional business conducted or things taken. So the meeting is technically in session, but we are in an executive session and won't be doing further business in open session after that. So you are welcome to stick around until we come back, but we will commit to being back and checking in at 8:45 to let you know that we're keep going or we're done. And I think that's it. Does anyone have anything else before we adjourn the meeting? All right. Good luck with back to school, everybody. We can't wait to see where it goes, and have a wonderful night. And district board members, please join in the executive session.
Hello, I can't figure out how to get to the executive session.
Hi, Carolyn. You should have it as another invite.
Yeah, I have another meeting, and I usually go and I click, and it says, join, and in I go. But
Okay.
That's not happening this time.
Let me double check that you're invited, that your name didn't get missed.
Well, I said accepted.
Oh, okay. Well, just go. If you go up to your left-hand side of your Teams page, there should be a little icon called Calendar.
Yeah, and I go to Calendar,
and
then I see the board meeting, which is the one how I had hung up, and I got back into the one we're in by doing what I normally do, clicking on it, and it's asked me if I wanted to join. So that's how I normally do things. But then I go to executive session and I click on it and it just says, you accepted this.
Is there a join button?
No. That's the problem. There's no join button.
Oh, it might not have been set up in Teams. I will just, let me ping Christine, because
I can't get in.
No, I don't know that it's a Teams meeting. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Mike, maybe you could help. If you're there, you could help Carolyn, because there may be a way for you to join directly. Let me have them call you. That's what I'll do. I'll have them call you in Teams. Okay.
All right, we'll try that.
They'll call you in Teams.
All right, I'm just waiting.
Hey, Carolyn, have a look at your invites again and see if it's come through. I've just reset it. Oh, she said she fixed it and put it into the Teams meeting.
It won't load. She may have fixed it, and I can kind of see the page where it would have been a join page, but it's kind of stripy.
Can you go in through?
Okay, now I got something and I've clicked accepted, and it just isn't looking the way it normally looks.
Can you go to your Outlook account? Because sometimes
I'll try that. I'll see if I can find that. Accept, join. All right, there's a join thing here. Maybe this will do it.
Are we still missing folks?
I was just writing you. You should have an updated invite. It wasn't set up as a Teams meeting before, so try that.
Now. It says it's connecting.
The board is in executive session and will need an additional 15 minutes. It's 9:23 and the board will return at approximately 9:35 or just after.
Hi. All right. Hi, everybody. The board is back and we are finished our meeting. So we are adjourning for the night. Thank you to all who came tonight and thanks for those who stayed on to see what was going on. Hope you have a great night and wish you a great back to school. Thank you.